Let's go. You know what it is. Another hot one. Shout out to all of my people. When you come in, hit that like button. Let's get it going. Let's go, people. Let's go. Hit that like button. So let's get to it, right? Topic of today's show, people. Listen, my mom and other women in my family who are dear to me, right? Whose opinion I value, right? They, when I first started this, they would say, I mean, your content though. And I'd say, what? I'm speaking facts. I'm not tearing anyone down. I'm putting out information that could lead us to do better. And they would say, have you ever went? They would say, have you ever went to your YouTube and looked at the titles of your shows? And I hadn't. So in my defense, I was like, what are you talking about? And then I went to the titles of some of my shows, like today. Topic of today's show, people. These type of women get piped, not wifed. Maybe I am terrible, people. Turbulence, people. But let's get to the show, people. Let's get to it. Those of you who are on TikTok, you know we have the hottest show online. That just simply is what it is. You don't have to like it. We kicked the door down and we took that position, right? Those of you who would like to, and I rock heavy with all of my people who are coming in on TikTok, hitting that like button, get us to 3,000 likes, and we're going to set this thing off, right? Topic of today's show. These type of women get piped, not wifed. Here's the issue with that. I'm going to give you an example of the type of women I'm talking about, people. Those of you who are on TikTok and you'd like to see the full impact of the show, the videos, the pictures, as we go with the show, come on over to the Real Stacey Prince, right? Come on over to the Real Stacey Prince. Check us out. These type of women get piped, not wifed. And here's the thing. I'll show you the type of women I'm talking about, people. Let's go. These type of women get piped, not wifed. Those type of women. And I'm not talking about Sukiana and Glorilla. I'm talking about women who look like drag queens. Women who have the long Freddy Krueger raptor nails, right? Women who dress over-sexualized and provocative all the time. Women who clutter themselves in makeup so thick to where they look like the suit that Eddie Murphy was wearing in The Clumps. Women who constantly wear obtrusive amounts of hair weave all of the time, so much that it looks caked on old matted rugs. Again, people, topic of today's show. These type of women get piped, not wifed. Now, a lot of you would say this, and I definitely understand. A lot of you would say, you ladies, who said we was wanting to get married? I know, and I understand. But what you don't understand is plaguing our community are the women who used to be you, but got older, realized no one wanted them, and now they're moving around inside of a lifestyle of desperation. So whereas you younger ladies, you might be saying, and the reason younger women can even say, who told you we wanted to get married? Is because right now, those younger ladies still kind of have options. The ones who haven't shot 1 or 2 or 3 human beings out of their vagina, thus exploding those walls, right? The ones who haven't done significant amounts of damage to their reputations, the ones who haven't been so severely damaged by staying on the dating highway for so long that they're bitter. Um, they've had so many bad experiences on the dating highway till they have changed into a different person, went from being pleasant to unpleasant, right? I'm talking about the ones who still have a chance. Those are the ones saying that. But what those ladies don't know is those older, desperate, and bitter women right now, they used to be you. They thought the same thing you thought. They thought, I got plenty of time to get serious. But along the course of them having that fun in their youth, see, ladies, let me tell you something. Here's what your youth is for. Your youth is when you are in your prime. Your youth is your money that shall be utilized in order to purchase you the absolute highest quality of life partner that you can get. That is how you get a quality life partner, by subjecting yourself to him when you're at your best. When a man can still look at you and be like, ooh. You don't wait till you are 40 years old with a big stomach, stretch marks, belly looks like a little Debbie oatmeal pie, 3 children by 3 different. You don't wait till you get at your worst to. You don't wait till you're broke and have the least amount of money that you have to go to the shopping mall. Do you know what you're going to walk out of there with? Things that came from the clearance rack. Things that people who have a choice typically don't want. That's what you're going to come out of the dating market with. You ladies are playing with your youth. Your youth was not to be played with. Your youth was to be utilized, capitalized on your highest value at that moment. When you are at your highest value, when you have the most leverage, that's when you go shopping for a man. Because some of you look so good in your youth, a quality man would be kind of goofy to not mess with you, right? You have your way with men at that time. But ladies, once you shoot out 2 or 3 different men's babies, I just think you ladies really don't know how we feel about that. I think you don't know. We view you as to be piped and not to be wifed. Turbulence, people. And here's where a lot of you get upset with my show, because a lot of you have already made that mistake. Ladies, I'm going to say this as well. A lot of times, a lot of you need to just be quiet. I promise you, I'm not shooting shots at you. It's okay to not be that intelligent, but you don't have to open your mouth and let people know. And I'm not shooting any shots. Some of you guys say things and you don't know that you're being unintelligent. Why does any of this matter, though? Life isn't fair. Not everyone is going to be a wife or a husband. Ma'am, if you have that information, you should go out of your way, utilize all of the leverage, all of the information that you come across that can assist you in being one of the ones who does go throughout the most turbulent and hard times of life with you having one of those. Stop worrying about people who aren't going to have one. You just go out of your way to make sure you're one of the ones who do have one. I'm going to say this again. I know sometimes a lot of you are coming up here just to say things, but listen, it makes men lose respect for you. When we actually get a glimpse at some of your mentalities, it causes us to lose respect for women as a whole. The things we say in our head, like, is this how they are? Do they really think like this? And I'm going to say this. This is why you're no good without a man. You ladies are no good without a man. If that woman had have had a man, he would have made sure she didn't even write that. You know why? Because she would have said that to him like 2 or 3 years ago, and he would have dropped game on her to let her know how erroneous that level of thinking is. Look, we got a weirdo saying, "Sir, we don't give a damn." Watch this, people. This is what I mean by the slow mentality. Well, why are you here? It rocks our minds that you would go to a channel that you don't particularly care for the content. We as men, intelligent men, we don't do that. We don't go to gay community channels. It's not our interest, and we don't give a damn what they're talking about. So if you have such an issue with this content, why would you stay here for such long increments of time? Are you broken and crazy? This time you could be utilizing to spend more time with one of those 3 children that we know you have. Communicating and establishing better relationships with one of the 3 baby daddies that you have. There are so many more things that are beneficial that you could be doing than to be participating on a channel that you don't particularly care for. Do you understand how crazy that is? I do not spend time underperforming and seeing to it that I'm immersed in activities that don't cause growth. Whew, Mufasa. Hey, King Buana, any of the women who seem to have a severe problem with the show, just block them, man. We don't tolerate disrespect, and we don't disrespect you. If this content's not for you, leave. Leave. Tell me that doesn't make sense. Tell me that doesn't make sense. There's no way that I would go to some of your people's channel if I saw something that I didn't agree with any of it. But here's what we do know. Turbulence, people. The issue at hand is you do agree with it. You just don't like to own up to it. Because, see, this isn't my information. These are logical observations mixed with blends of historical data, logic, facts, just data overall, right? Statistics. And what you have a problem with is a lot of the things that you hear us talking about that we tell you are destroying the community. You know you do 8 out of 10 of those things. So don't get upset. Don't get triggered. Acknowledge that you probably do 8 out of 10 of those things and start writing down ways that you can eradicate from doing 8 to tomorrow you're doing 7. Next week you're doing 6. Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about that? Listen, shout out to my people kicking the door in with the support. My brother ZF up in this joint. Clapped, not cuffed. That's what you typically get. And for those of you who don't know who I'm talking about, clapped and not cuffed, piped and not wifed, we're talking about these women right here. Women who look like that, they get clapped and not cuffed, piped and not wifed. And we know it. How many of you have friends who dress like that? Who wear the long ratchet raptor Freddy Krueger fingernails? Who dress overly sexualized every day? Who wear clutters of makeup? They don't get wifed. We know they don't. Because women who get wifed, they have already found that someone who they need to impress. Therefore, they don't have to keep on being out in society doing the most extremist of things to impress onlookers. Women who have gotten wifed, their man has told them shortly after they got locked down, "Hey, babe, I don't really need you to, keep wearing those long Freddy Krueger raptor nails. I don't need you to keep on dressing over sexualized, having all your cleavage hanging out. Hey, listen, I don't need you to be secreting yourself in tons and tons of makeup to where it just looks like a mask that I can peel off. Hey, babe, listen, what's up with your natural hair? I've never really seen you. That is called authority and governance. That is a man letting a woman know. That is a man correcting a woman all the way back down to her natural value. We don't wife you. We pipe you. And I'm going to get back to what we were talking about. A lot of you ladies, somebody said, could it be society? Well, it plays a great role in it. Yes. But do you have to fall for it? All of the gay stuff that is rolling around, none of the men in my comments fell, none of the men on my platform fell for it. We don't just rock with whatever the society tells us to do. Right? Even when the men on my YouTube, and I'll say even the women, because if they're here, they are of sound mind, they adhere to logic, and they aspire to do better, right? You don't have to fall for those things. How about have your own mind, and if you do see Kim Kardashian and them going to get some type of butt tuck or something, you don't have to do it. All you have to do is learn how to be pleasant. See, the ultimate weapon that you ladies have against us, and has always been the epitome of a nuclear bomb in the dating world, is being a pleasant woman to us. Listen, yesterday's show, short, petite love in this situation. Now, this isn't my new page. This is the page I resort to when my other two main pages have gotten knocked off. I think I have 5 more days until I can go live on those pages again. But listen, for those of you ladies who make the statements, well, I don't want to, who said we want to get married right now? I understand that. I do. But it's the younger ladies who are saying that because they're still getting attention from men because they're in their youthful prime. They are at the age where they have the most dating money that they have, right? And that they're going to have. Those women are getting so much attention, they don't know what it's like to not be getting that attention anymore. So they can make claims like that, like who said we want to get married. But what they don't know is the huge problem we're having in the black community right now. It's the older women who used to think like that when they were in their prime like you. And they kept playing around and exacting all of the power that comes with that youthful beauty, being in their prime, the vajayjay still tight, and men love it when they're in it. No babies, right? They were playing with that power, and they played with it so long, everything that I just named was no longer a reality for them. That thing, due to the extraneous amounts of cock intake, right? It was no longer tight when men went up in there. That thing was merely just like sticking your hand through a semi-tire hole. Yes. So that's a negative that used to be a plus for you. She can't say she doesn't have kids anymore. Not only does she have kids now, she has 3 different daddies, right? So she can't use that anymore. She can't say she's in her youthful prime anymore because she's 50. So listen, people, we got another bumbling idiot over here. I just encourage you ladies to stop talking so much. When we hear you say some of these things that we know are just the epitome of idiocracy and foolishness, we look at you like you're only good to pull your pants down. That is it. Why do you think so many men are treating women like they're treating them? These comments and things. And you guys say this stuff in real life too. My brother said one woman was so big, I dang near felt like I was falling. That too. So young ladies, listen. You better, and listen, the older ladies, they won't even be honest with you and tell you what they went through. They won't tell you what it was like when they were in their prime and when they looked the finest that they ever looked, when their body count was low. They won't tell you, baby girl, listen, I felt just like you and I felt like I had time. Baby girl, I'm 55 years old and let's do it then if we're going to do it. We have a senior citizen over here who said, Stop messing with women who don't take care of themselves, but maybe that's all that you can attract. Ma'am, you fit the description of everything that I just named up here. Those grays are to the point where we're going to have trouble finding any of the dark hair. You shouldn't even be up here commenting. It's over for you and you know it. You would have to pay a man like me. And you know it. You're already doing it. I know you are. Miss Crystal up in this situation. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? That's not it. I'm going to find it. I'm going to postpone the show until I find it. You're going to listen to me today. You're going to listen to me today. Is this it right here? I believe it is.
I just want to be somebody girlfriend, somebody wife, somebody something. I deserve to fucking be happy too.
You guys know that this
Why
woman
the fuck can't I be happy?
This woman is every bit of 70-something years old. And she's letting you young ladies know right now, she probably played. She had a body earlier in life. She probably played games. And now, playtime is over. Let me see. Serene Organic Wellness. Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
Tell me how your night's going.
My night is going lovely. How about yours?
My life is so amazing. I just wake up daily and I'm just wondering, asking Jehovah, why did you give me all of this? I don't know. Talk to me. What are your disagreements?
Well, I just think you make a lot of assumptions about older women, because she's older. The vagina is a muscle. It's flexible. That doesn't necessarily mean she has to be loose because she's older. And as far as your comment about my gray hair, I've had gray hair since I was in high school. So
do you mind me asking what your age is?
My age.
Do you mind asking me asking you what your age is?
I'm 46.
Are you married?
Yes.
How long?
14 years.
And how old is he?
Does it really matter?
Ma'am, I think you don't know because you're really not married.
No, he's 56.
So why was that so difficult? Let me ask you this. And I think here's what you don't know. I think when you don't understand, when we talk up here, we have data to support what we're saying. We don't get up here and just talk. Did you know that? We use statistics, historical data, facts, and logic up here. We don't just get up here and talk. Okay, so when you say, hold on, you can't come up here interrupting me. When you say, my assumptions, these aren't assumptions. So do you think it's an assumption if I say that 46% of the children in the African American community have been tricked into believing their dad is someone who it's not really, and the dad has been tricked as well? Do you think that's an assumption?
That's not what you were saying earlier, but I can't speak on that particular matter.
Well, I can. Apparently I have information and you don't.
Okay, but where are you pulling your data from?
There's a site called blackdemographics.com. Then there's something called the CDC. Ma'am, you've probably heard me before. And let's be honest, if you've heard me talk, I have about 565 shows. If you've heard me talk for even 10 minutes, ma'am, let's be honest. Do I come off as the type of person who even articulates to the fashion that I'm making things up, ma'am?
Sometimes, yeah.
Give me an example then. I want to show you guys, she couldn't just say no. She had to say sometimes, but I'm going to prove to you she's not going to be able to bring one of the instances that leads her to believe sometimes I'm babbling. Now, ma'am, you have the platform. Name me one of the examples that has led you to believe sometimes I'm babbling.
The fact that I mentioned women, you assuming all women are all black.
Ma'am, we never, ever use the word all. Okay. There's no such thing. You see, she ran. Who uses the word all? All white people aren't racist. All black men aren't gangbangers. That's idiocracy at the highest levels. And the fact that she ran, she didn't have information. Well, you can come on up. Listen, ladies, here's where we will respect you more. We don't have a problem with you disagreeing with the information, but at least be adult enough to come up and show that you have the heart to not only say it in the comments, but to stand on it publicly. Because other than that, when people make claims in the comments, but they won't come up, we don't even believe you meant what you said. Because the things that I say, you see me every day at 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, standing firm on it, looking, awaiting men or women to prove my information wrong. You know why? Because I don't get up here and say things that would give people the ability to make me look foolish. Worst case scenario, we'll crack the dictionary open and we'll just do it like that. Worst case scenario, we'll let you go to the Center for Disease and Control and pull it up. What you have an issue with, you don't believe that what I'm saying is wrong. You don't believe that I'm up here lying. The issue is, I've had women tell me this about my show. Mr. Stacy, as a woman, they're not upset and believe that you're lying. The problem is, a lot of the things that you're saying, a lot of those women, you're doing everything but calling their social security number out. Women have said this on this show. But here's the thing. How can you grow like that? How can you ever become a better person like that? How? If every time a truth, a finger is pointed in your direction at something that you really do, you dodge it. You run from it. You name call. How can you grow? See, men have never, look, and that's one of the most ratchet, black, ignorant black woman anthems that there is. I said what I said. You guys know what that is? That's a way of standing on foolishness without having to substantiate it. When I first heard that, I knew it was stupidity at the highest levels. I'm not coming up. You can't manipulate me. I said what I said. I know I can't manipulate you if you're of a sound mind, if you adhere to facts, if you adhere to logic. It would be impossible for me to manipulate you. Simply like how you have never seen a woman come up here and shut me down or invalidate my information. Now, you know when a woman could shut me down or invalidate my information? If I got up here and started spewing my personal opinion. That's where we get jammed up. Because all of us, to some degree, have it in us to not want to be wrong, right? And that's when you allow yourself to stand on things that aren't legit. You'll stand on them, right? So I don't even take myself to a place like that. Just like I know African American men take each other's lives at an unprecedented proportion. Listen, my skin didn't start melting when I admitted that. I'm disappointed in it, but it's a truth. So why would I lie about it? Right? And I'm going to tell you guys something that's really crazy. She said, true indeed, I need to leave. You know what's crazy? History has shown us she won't leave though. What type of broken, fractured human being is this? I'll cash app anybody. Listen. Miss Tatiana. Miss Tatiana.
Hey,
You know that name is kind of fly, right?
thank you.
Tell me how your night's going.
Good.
In front of everybody, I'll cash app anybody $100 if you can say you've ever heard me use the word all. Do you know how foolish it is for anyone to use that word, ma'am? Do you really believe you've ever heard me say all of anything? Ma'am, all white people aren't racist. I believe all Ku Klux Klan members aren't racist. Some of them are just following suit and don't know how to let the grand poobah know, hey, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. Ma'am, you've never heard me say all. Can we admit that?
That's true. You women.
I don't say you women. I say black women. Listen, if there's a pool of 100 black women, right? If there's a pool of 100 and I say black women wear hair weaves, is that true or false?
50-50.
No, there's not a 50-50. I only need one of them to be in there that wears hair weave. And my statement is true, right? That doesn't mean that the other 99, well, he meant 99 too. No, I didn't. And see, here's what I want this to be a teachable moment. I want to understand, and I want everybody to understand what compelled you to say that it would be better if he didn't say all. Because one of us has to be drastically wrong. If I'm saying I never use that word, but you're saying I do, one of us is drastically wrong. And I'm going to tell you it's you. So what I want to know is, I believe it's just being an emotional woman. What made you desire to say that I say all?
I think just leaving out a keyword in front of you women or black women, it automatically makes it seem like it's the entire group.
But that's on you. That's on the So let me ask you this. Do black men kill each other at an unprecedented rate?
True, yeah.
Do all black men?
No.
So my statement was true, man. See, a lot of times you ladies get triggered by the things that I'm saying, but I'm here to help you. You don't really understand that. My goal, I'm intimately in love with black women, intimately, at the highest levels. If I had to pay a monthly membership fee to be black, if I didn't have my membership money, I would borrow it from someone. The issue is this. African American women have been put in a position by white society for a reason too. You guys replaced white supremacy groups. All of the things that they groomed you for, it was so when they pulled back, they would still have someone doing damage to the black community. You are the only group of women who are at war with your men. And if you disagree with me, name me any other ethnic group of women who are going back and forth with their men every single day.
I don't pay attention to that enough to
Well,
know.
you don't have to pay attention. Just tell me of your observance of being on this planet. Name me, because see, even rumors, we hear rumors, even if you don't come on social media. Ma'am, the truth is, you know exactly what I'm saying. You women have been tricked into going to war with the only men who care whether or not you live or die. There's nobody who cares about you like we do. Because if we didn't care about you intimately, we would make fun of you and watch you continue to do the stupid things that you do. We wouldn't start shows like this and introduce those of you who are broken to feminine coaches who we are associated with, trauma therapists that we are associated with. We don't have to do this stuff. Listen, black men are desired by every nationality of women on the entire planet. We could simply just go date, as a whole, go date other women and not even deal with any of this crap. It must be love that we're staying around this nonsense, right? You guys spread rumors on us, right? You make bad songs about us. I don't want no scrub. You guys do us worse than any other group of women, while yet we're up here trying to provide you guys with information that we diligently took our time out. I miss money a lot. On my other business, I miss out on a lot of money because I continue to do this show. I miss out on significant amounts of money where I'm supposed to be handling business in this area, but this show is a necessity to me because our community is collapsing. By 2053, the average African American median income is set to be zero. Do you know how horrific it is? That's almost like saying you guys are about to go extinct like the dinosaurs did. So my question to you is this, man. What if men weren't up here saying anything? Do we just allow you guys to run amok and continue having, at a 63% rate, having multiple children by multiple men, and as those children grow up, they go knock your grandmother upside the head and take her purse? Because that's what's happening, ma'am. Should we just be quiet?
Men have multiple children with multiple women.
It's the lower dysfunctional, broken, and in a lot of cases, illiterate 20% of the men in the black community. You guys are having sex with the same men. Literally, the same men. Literally. You guys are sleeping with the same broken men because you're attracted to broken men. The ones who haven't had 3 jobs in 35 years, ma'am. We've done an interview on here. A woman came out and admitted it. See, you guys want us to mess with the people who got the hairlines messed up and got the good job. We're not doing it. We're going to keep on having the babies by the nigga in the hood that sags his pants. You can go on my YouTube and see that interview. But she didn't have to say it to us. Black men have been knowing that's what you're doing. That's why you can go on that woman's show, Ayanna Fix My Life. Often, she has a show where there's one man on the show and 25 women who have babies by that man. Ma'am, you guys are having babies by the same men. The reason they're not turning out to be anything, they're also the same caliber of men. They're the lower functioning, degenerate, broken, unemployed men in the black community. Basically, it's everybody in the black community who didn't wake up and say, it's time for me to start doing better. That's who you guys are attracted to. And then, when you get knocked up by them, you jump on social media and say men are dogs. You disagree with that?
Which part?
Do you agree? Okay, so what I'm about to say to you, I did a show on it and it got like 3 million views.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you a question. If I pull out my protection right now in front of all of you and I put it to my head and I pull the trigger, who was responsible for my death? You have to think about that. Who's responsible if I do that to myself right now?
You.
Okay. The same way, you ladies playing with these cocks, knowing what they do. You've heard rumors about what a cock can do. You got sisters who have played with a cock, got left with the baby. It's happened 3 times. You, ma'am, if you take the conscious decision to play with a cock and end up pregnant, who's responsible for that?
I would be.
So, ma'am, why are we getting blamed for you messing with broken men? I mess with nothing but amazing women. I have my children by one woman. It was strategic. I didn't want them to be bastards. I wanted them to have a better fighting chance. It was in my head before I had children. Before I did it, I saw my older cousin. He had a child, and I just latched on to that child because I wanted that child to have everything that I didn't, so I implemented myself in that child's life. I had a thought process of what I didn't want things to be like. Ma'am, who's responsible for me having all my children by one woman?
Did you ask a question? I'm sorry.
Yes. The fact that I have my children by one woman, who's responsible for that?
You are. But I think there's women who will want to have children with one man as well.
Okay, so why aren't you doing it? You're making my point. You guys got to stop blaming, well, it takes 2. No, ma'am, you are the controllers of sex. We are the controller of marriage. You guys got to stop blaming people for cracking your legs open. And listen, here's the crazy part. Now, this is going to be tricky. Let's say that you crack your legs open and you let this man go raw. Ma'am, you did that. Now, here's the worst part. Let's say he's a broken individual who you apparently had to know he doesn't have a job, he sags his pants, he smokes weed all day. Ma'am, these are the type of men you are letting nut in you?
Who?
Not you, you know what I'm saying. 63% of the women in the African American community have multiple children by multiple men. Do you believe that's terrible? We're creating monsters. 80% of the people who go back and forth to prison end up being degenerates and addicts. were raised by single parent moms, ma'am. You guys won't even keep the families together. Hold on. You guys won't even keep the families together. Don't have sex with someone who it would shatter your understanding if the condom broke. Does that make sense to you? Our problems would be solved. We're putting out the absolute lowest quality of children of any demographic race. Everything bad you can say about a man, men do this, men gangbanging, you're creating those men, ma'am. You're creating them. There's a recipe to creating broken humans. We all know how to do it. The studies in overwhelming numbers are out. Children who are raised in a two-parent household significantly outperform children who were raised in a single-parent household. Do you agree with that? You have to think about that.
It depends. I know people who were raised in a single parent.
Ma'am, you're talking about isolated incidents. I'm talking about as a whole, as a collective. For the most part, does it turn out better if a person has two parents?
Absolutely.
Okay, Miss Tamtot.
Hi, how are you today?
My life is amazing. Tell me how your night's going.
It's going pretty well. Pretty well.
That's what
I
I'm
just
talking about.
stumbled across your page.
That's what I'm
And I
talking
was
about.
like, wow, this is some very interesting viewpoints you have.
Well, they're not my viewpoints. There's historical data, statistics, facts actually, mixed with logic, actually assessed with logic. So tell me.
I would say this to some of your points.
Hold on. Tell me something that I've said that is wrong or that isn't true.
You made it appear that women are to blame for children who are deemed as lesser than and troublemakers. That's just not so. And I can say that because a woman.
Listen, hold on. Miss Tamtot, hold on. Both of you ladies, I need you to come right back up here. I just got flagged, so I'm going to drop this show and go right back live. I need you ladies to come right back up.
Sure.
All right, I appreciate it. Miss Tamtot, here, you got to give me something to call you because I don't really know what to call you.
You can call me Tammy, that's fine.
Okay. So you said it's simply not true.
Of course not.
Okay. Validate your point for me.
One thing.
But hold on, I need you to start over. I need you to let us know what your initial statement was. You said I make it seem like women are the problem, and that's simply not true.
Yes, that women are raising men or young men, and basically women are to blame for the failures of children, and we are to blame for the household being single. And that's just not simply true.
Okay, now I need you to do something for me. I need you to know this because I don't want you to step into any traps. Because I'll be honest with you, I lay out several traps throughout the course of a conversation that prevent you from running from. And I'm actually giving you a gem right now. We speak with data, statistics, and verifiable information up here. So I don't want you to. I'm not talking about my opinion. This can be fact checked. 80%.
That's fine.
80% of the time that a divorce is filed or a relationship is dissolved, ma'am, you do it. Now, we can look at divorce records and things
Now,
to
why
verify
is
this.
that?
Ma'am, there's women who have came on this show. There's people on here right now who know about what I'm talking about. A week ago, pleasant, beautiful woman, in my opinion, actually very classy as well, told us my husband was an amazing father, an amazing husband. I didn't even have to work. I said, ma'am, well, why did you leave that man if you know the dysfunction and damage that comes up on children when they're raised in single-parent households? Ma'am, she said I was no longer happy. You guys are and guess what? Now she has a younger man. It's you. Men aren't leaving.
Okay, but Why wasn't she happy? Did she go into detail?
Bill Gates isn't always happy. You guys are chasing something that's not real.
Specifically go into detail.
Ma'am, the woman said he was amazing.
Okay, so I would say this.
Ma'am, she's not even the only one who's come up here and said it. Do you know, once they file these divorces, and you can look this up, do you know what their number one thing is? One, it's irreconcilable differences. But guess what the other one is? We grew apart. That's not what your wedding vows say. It actually says, till death do you part. It doesn't say, well, when it gets boring. Ma'am, 80 years of anything will get boring.
Because I am also a spiritual woman. So what was the exception to divorce that the Bible gives?
Infidelity, but right up under that scripture, guess what he says? I would that you would not, but in such a case, it is permitted. He's saying, even in infidelity, I prefer that you stay in that relationship.
Correct?
Say it again.
It doesn't matter what it said afterwards. What I'm saying is...
This woman said it doesn't matter what the Bible said afterwards.
Well, no, what I'm saying is...
Oh my God. Hold on, man. We got to stop. Hold on, man. Hold on. I need to make sure that you're standing on that. Are you saying that what the Bible says after that scripture doesn't matter? Because if that's the case, why did they say it?
What I'm saying is it's still permitted. Yes, when people, for an example.
Oh my God.
You asked me a question, right? I'm about to answer it. When people say I do at the altar, they don't want a divorce. I was a wife, someone's wife, at one point. I had a 6-figure man. I did not have to pay mortgage. So everything you said, I was that woman. However, when you marry certain men, even men with certain money, it comes with a price. Hold
on. Before you got married, were you intelligent enough to know that marrying a man like that comes with a price?
You said, was I educated enough to know?
Before you got married, the statement you just made, I agree with it. Before you got married, were you intelligent enough then to still also then know that marrying a man like that comes at a price?
In my case, no. And this is why I said that. Don't roll your eyes, get an understanding.
Come on, talk to me.
This is why I said that, because he had a very strong spiritual background. He was also his son of a pastor. And basically, I believed he was something that he no longer lived and believed in. So I married his representative, but that's not who he truly was. And when I married him, he was somebody totally different. And of course, having a man of money, a lot of men feel like you're not going to go anywhere because of what they provide. But I needed more than a provider. I needed my husband, who God sent me, and he was not that.
What do you have now?
And a lot of the times I find in marriages, people are not honest who they are. You have a lot of women and a lot of men, unfortunately, get caught up in people's representative. That if people knew who they were dealing with...
Ma'am, what you're describing right now is simply called life. Even Jehovah never told us, I'm going to put you down here and this thing is going to be smooth sailing. You guys don't want to do the work. Work is required to make these things work.
You're right, but however, when my health could possibly be at risk, when my safety can be at risk, you have people, girlfriends, who kill wives and vice versa, and husbands.
Hey, you can't say those words. You can't say those words or they'll knock the thing off. Ma'am, hold on. You can't say the K word or they'll knock my live off.
Okay, I'm sorry. The K word. Some things is just not proper or appropriate. So I'm just going to leave that at that particular point. But to circle back, when you mention single households, when a man or a woman do what they want to do on the side, you're making yourself single. You have broken that family.
Okay, hold on now. Hold on. I got to stop you right here because all of your information is bad. I'm going to tell you something that's not my information.
That you don't want to hear it.
Ma'am, you're speaking about an isolated incident, which we don't even talk about up here.
It's not a lot of isolated incidents.
Ma'am, anything that pertains to, hold on. Anything that pertains to you or me, it is our isolated experience. If they want to test me to see how we can keep black men from taking each other's lives, I'm not enough, ma'am. We need a collective group to do testing, studies, and experiments on. So me and the 6 people you know, it's an isolated incident. Now, here's what's not an isolated incident. You're not going to like this, but it's the truth. The problem is women today are worse than they have ever been.
Why is that?
63% of the children in the black community, of the women in the black community have multiple children by multiple men. 46% of the children in the black community have been lied to about who their real dad is. The child doesn't know and the dad doesn't know. Ma'am, you are not who you are making. You're not our great-great-grandmothers. Those women really did put up with some bull crap. Those were the women who had the right to call us dogs. Ma'am, anybody who is 50 or 60 and younger, you have been worse than men have ever been. And if you disagree with me, I want any woman on this panel to do me a favor. Name me anything outside of violence that men have ever been accused of that is worse than pawning a child off on a man who's not really the father.
May I speak?
Anybody can, but it has to be to answer the question.
Ask the question again.
Name me anything outside of violence that men have ever been accused of that's worse than pawning a child off on somebody who's not really the father.
There's several things I can think of.
I asked the question. If you can think of several, give me something.
There isn't anything, and can I just say one more thing, please?
Well, hold on. You have the floor next, but I need that question answered.
Yes, sir.
Miss Tammy, you said you can name several things that outside of violence that men have ever been accused of that's worse. Give me some. Because we have a logical woman up here who said there's nothing worse. But since you have the answer, give it to me.
So you saying that because I don't agree with you, I'm not logical?
Ma'am, I am asking you a question that you won't answer.
But you also made a statement that...
Ma'am, I hope you know everybody sees what you're doing. It's difficult to talk to you. That's why I'm not including you in the realm of logic.
I hope it is difficult to talk to me because you are dealing with somebody with 20 years of behavior specialist, and I'm seeing a lot of guys like up here.
Well, okay, so why aren't the other women? So hold on. Why aren't the other women saying this about me?
And I'm seeing a lot of stuff from you up here.
Why aren't the other women saying your degree doesn't matter? The truth of the matter is, 80% of the divorces that are filed, a woman files it when she's college educated. Hold on, I'm talking. Don't interrupt me. When she's college educated, like you're claiming to be, it goes up to 90%. So throwing your degree up in the air, it really doesn't impress me. We know what comes with that.
I'm not asking for you to be impressed.
Ma'am, you told me that you could name several things that are worse. Ma'am, we are all awaiting you.
Cut me off when I was going to circle back about the single community.
Ma'am, hold on. Ma'am, this woman answered quickly.
She did, but you didn't let me finish my...
We're not going to go back to that. We're going back to the question that I posed. And if you don't have the... You said you had several answers.
But you didn't give me a chance to answer. You said back up why I feel that way, and you cut it short.
Miss Erica.
Hello. Yes, I'm here. I am...
Hold on. Tell me how your night's going.
Oh, I'm having a good night. I'm just, I did my little Sunday prep,
That's what I'm talking about. So, I need you to do... Okay. I need you to tell me something outside of violence that men have ever been accused of that is worse than pawning a baby off on a man who's not really the father.
You said outside of violence?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it have to relate to the child, like doing something to the child?
You're losing me, ma'am. Ma'am, women do that too, so that's actually a bad point. At a high rate. Listen, studies show women are, as far as child abuse, women excel in that than men. Did you know that?
I'm asking a question. I'm not making a statement.
Well, I don't think I'm getting your question. Here was the question. Name me something outside of violence that men have ever been accused of that is worse than pawning a child off on someone who's not really the father. And I think I'm not really understanding what you're trying to say.
Probably like pedophilia.
Ma'am, women do that too. So that's bad.
You said men, though. You asked what men have been accused of.
But I would hope that you wouldn't bring something that also women do. See, that's what it kills the point, right?
So you saying philia is in the...
But ma'am, you can't keep saying that word or they'll knock my live off.
Oh, they will? Oh, okay.
But I'm just going to assume that you can't think of anything because there pretty much is nothing. Here's why there's nothing. Here's why there's nothing.
Is that the main... I'm sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean to cut you off, King. Can I speak?
If you can answer the question.
Okay, is that like the main question for the topic? Because I heard some comments before that didn't have anything to do with that question. Exactly. So I was just curious how that is relevant to the topic. Stringing women along for years and knowing that that's not what you want, that's worse.
Okay, so let me back this up.
Women do that too.
Let me. What did you say, Miss Allie?
I said women do that too. That's not gender specific.
And see, that's what I'm telling you guys. Don't name something that women do too. But listen, for those of you who aren't aware, the reason that I brought that up is because Miss Tammy was suggesting about men having these dual identities and things of that nature. And my statement was, women today are worse than women have ever been as far as quality. Now, my point in proving that is, I need you guys to name me something that men have ever been accused of. And never mind, I'm not going to get cooperation, so I'm just going to say this. 46%.
I just named one, but okay.
Ma'am, you said you could name several, and you haven't yet.
It seems like when people disagree with you, you change the goalpost.
Is there anybody up here? Am I lost? Have you heard her name anything? I think I'm lost now.
One of the things that I said is stringing a person along for years and knowing.
Ma'am, the woman said women do it too, ma'am.
You're right.
But hold on, stop, hold on. So I'm going to ask you a question, ma'am. I got to ask you this. I got to show you that you're not dealing in logic. Ma'am, you really believe that destroying a child's fairy tale illusion of what a hero is? There's a mom, a grandmom in Ohio somewhere that has been putting up for her grandbaby's college. She's been sending him money for these school supplies. He's got a plethora of cousins who think that they're his cousin. This woman has put him in her will and doesn't have a lick of the same blood running through their veins. Ma'am, you're telling me that stringing a person along is worse than that?
What I'm telling you too as well.
Respectfully, my brother, can I say something to Miss?
Yes,
Tammy?
ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, Miss Tammy, allow me to speak because I'm not going to interrupt you. I, as a black woman, I am so tired. You said that you married this man and you thought he was godly and all this stuff, and then after you got married, he turned out to be something else. Women, let me finish. Women, we always brag about how we have such this strong intuition, which we do because it's a gift. Men have it too, but women, we really have it, and we really like to speak on it. There is not one man that you've ever been with that you didn't see something. You saw something before you married that man. And then for us to look like we're the good one and he's the bad one, we'll say, but I didn't see, well, when we got married, he was a whole different person. You saw something in him. You got a glimpse.
100%.
Before you married that man. But you said he was a man of God. He was a PK. He probably had a little money. You went into it anyway because of something that you wanted. And respectfully, sister, I know you were talking about your degrees and things like that, behavior and all that. I would hate to be the person sitting on the other side of the desk because you don't listen. You have an answer, but your answers have nothing to do with the topic. You go around the mulberry bush, and it makes no sense. And I am
got him.
one of those kind
We
of women
fucking
that
got him.
I hold myself accountable, So if I want, and I've been called pick me and all that stuff because I do hold myself accountable, but I also hold sisters accountable. I'm not one of them black women that agree with you just because you're a woman, and especially because you're a black woman. You are not being transparent, nor are you being honest. And because you don't have an answer for this man, you try to deflect on him and how he's interrupting you and how he won't do this and how he won't do that. But you still have not answered the question. You said several. And even the one that you gave was it's not gender specific.
Okay, so I have a quick question for you.
I'm not finished.
Hold on, Miss Tammy.
Okay, go ahead.
So I have a question for you, sister. Give me at least 5, just 5, because you got these degrees in this, so I'm sure that you've been privy to a lot of different people, a lot of different personalities, a lot of stories. So you, out of everybody on this panel, when you said that you have several, let's hear them.
Okay, so I'm gonna back it up because you addressed me, so now I'm gonna address you.
But listen, ma'am, I need you to answer her question. I can't have you dancing around.
She wants to address the husband thing, but go ahead, because I'm gonna, even when you address it, I'm gonna still call you out on something. Because
and you're fine. You're entitled to your opinions, but know this.
But what you're about to say is going to be, what you're about to say is going to be victim mentality. It was him. It wasn't me. And when you finish doing that, I want you to tell me 5 things that you did wrong in the marriage. So you got 2 homework assignments. I'm listening.
So I'm gonna say this: your opinion is just what it is. No one knows my heart but God. And what happened? Give me a second.
Ma'am, I need you to answer her question because it's really getting frustrating.
No, she approached me.
But ma'am, we have had one question posed up here for like 10 minutes. You are the only one who said I can name 7 things. The woman is asking you to name just 5.
And when that woman calls me out, I'm going to address
Well, listen, I need you to address your questions first, and then you can go back and address the other thing.
How about I do it the way I would prefer to do it?
Do you think you're allowed to come up here and do what you want on my platform? You're not allowed to do that. How about that?
Okay, well, nice knowing you.
There you
and
go.
this is a woman with a degree.
No, I'm not running.
This is a woman with a degree.
One thing about me, I am very versed in control questioning. And
it's called order, ma'am. It's called order.
I'm well familiar with stage and control questioning.
Okay, so I'm going to give you your way because we all up here know, even after I let you do it your way, ma'am, you're still not going to be able to answer that question. So you have the floor.
Can I go back to answering my original question?
You most definitely can, ma'am. You most definitely can, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned that women make households single, as if men don't have blame in that.
Ma'am, no one ever said men don't have. No one ever said men don't have a blame.
It was not women who was teaching.
Ma'am, hold on. You gotta stop talking so much. Yeah, you can leave.
Dealers on the corner, those were men.
Jesus
Please don't drop
Christ.
her. Oh man, I wish you wouldn't have dropped her. I know she's working your nerve, but
Miss
I
Erica.
wish you wouldn't have dropped her.
Okay. Well, I was going to try to attempt to answer the question, but I really didn't understand the question.
The question is, name me something that men have ever been accused of. I'm giving you even the latitude of rumors, ma'am. That's why I say it like that. Name me something men have ever been accused of that is worse than pawning a child off on someone who's not the real father. I'm going to say it again. Name me something outside of violence men have ever been accused of that is worse than pawning a child off on a father.
You said pawning a child off on the father, like saying, lying about the father's true identity? Like saying another guy is their dad?
Ma'am, I'm saying a woman in a relationship goes out, gets knocked down by someone else, comes back home conveniently, waits a month, baby, we're pregnant, but she knows that that's not his child. That's at a 46% rate. 41% of the time that a woman takes a paternity test in the African American community, the first guess is wrong. What has to be happening for something like that?
Where does that source come from?
Ma'am, just let's pretend that I'm right, ma'am. My God.
Well, I don't think we should pretend when it comes to facts. But
Do
I'm
you
just
do you have a
asking
large
you,
family? Hold on. Just hold on. Do you have a large family?
Yes, I have a large family, but not my immediate.
Okay, that's fine. Ma'am, what percentage of the... We're not even going to do that. Ma'am, do you have... I'm not going to say that. I swear you have women in your family who have children by multiple different men.
By multiple...
Ma'am, you
not
know
my
it,
immediate.
ma'am.
It's just me and my sister and my dad.
Do you guys have multiple children by multiple men?
She don't have no more kids.
Ma'am, yes you do. If you said you have a large family, it is our statistic.
No, it's my cousins.
Ma'am, that's your family.
Not my immediate family.
Your cousins aren't your immediate family.
No, your immediate family is your mom, sister, and your dad. Your extended
Ma'am, did you
family
see my
is your
point though,
cousins
ma'am?
and-
Why do you think I asked you, did you have a large family? Did you think that I thought you had 3 moms and 3 dads? And I didn't think that,
you were
ma'am.
just trying to. I think you was just trying to explain to me that everybody knows somebody who has multiple
In your family,
parents
ma'am.
or kids.
In your family, right?
No, most of them got at least 2 baby daddies.
Ma'am, is
what
that
you said?
multiple?
I don't understand. I'm just trying to understand.
Ma'am, what I'm telling you is this.
I'm just trying to understand. I drank too much apple juice. I'm sorry. I was just trying to understand. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, basically, you tried to disqualify my statement. Where'd you get those statistics from? My point in bringing your family up is to let you know they're pretty close to accurate.
No, I asked you because I like to read. I just wanted to go read up on it. That was all.
Okay, so anything that I say, half of the work is done for you. Let's say that I say 41% of the time that a African woman in the African American community takes a paternity test, the first guess is wrong. I've done half the work for you. Now you know what to now you know what to Google up.
Just trust you.
Now you know what to research. You research it, it'll come up just like that.
Right. I appreciate that though. You doing that research, because a lot of people don't know, what's going on in the world, and as women, we have to take accountability for our actions.
Okay, but I want you to answer the question though.
Okay.
Name me.
So
basically, ma'am, we've been at this so long, it's very apparent you can't name anything.
Well, I feel like I came in on a weird time in the live because
no, it's still. I asked you a question. I've still been asking this question. There's only one woman who has.
I'm sorry. I am so unserious all the time. Well, I was just trying to figure out, what was more, I guess, worse than that. And I don't think anything is worse than lying to somebody because I don't like.
No,
lying.
man, we're not talking about lying. We are talking about what happens to those children. They grow up and turn into the men you guys hate.
Oh, so you saying their mom lied about who their daddy was and now they turned into bad men?
Ma'am, it is called psychological dysfunction and damage. I am a product of it. I know what happens.
That's what that was called. Oh, got you.
So do you believe that children who are raised by single parent moms perform at the same level as children who were raised in 2-parent households?
No, I think they actually do better because they come up in a harder society and then they have to work harder. Because me, I come from can I just say my experience? Because I came from a 2-parent household.
No, we don't talk, man. We don't talk about singular. We don't talk about ice. So basically, so listen. Hold on. Okay. So the things that we think are better, we encourage those, don't we?
Like getting more money?
No, anything that we believe to be the better option, we typically encourage that, right?
You mean like a better man?
Ma'am, why is it so difficult to talk to you?
Brother, can I ask her a few questions?
Yeah, just give me a second. Let me ask you this one time, Erica.
Okay.
If I believe that doing push-ups and calisthenics results in a better life, we encourage that to people because it's the right thing to do, right? If we think it's better.
That's right.
Okay, so you just said that you believe children who are raised by a single parent mom turn out better. Ma'am, do you encourage women to do that, ma'am?
No, I just encourage people to make the best of their situation because they can't help what their mama did.
Ma'am, you are the mama. You can help that.
I don't have kids. I'm single.
Hey, go ahead, Miss Allie.
I'm just being real. Oh no, he done sat back. He doesn't say
that was gonna be my first question, Erica. I was gonna ask you, did you have any children? But you said you don't.
I don't. I'm
May I ask
literally
you how old you are?
I'm 31.
Okay.
So yeah, I just thought this was interesting when I was scrolling through, and at first I couldn't really understand what y'all was talking about because y'all was going back and forth. So I was trying to figure out what the conversation was about. So that's why I hopped on because I was trying to get clarification about the question. That's all I wanted to know and everything.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm an administrative assistant. I work for the government.
Okay. This probably, and please don't take this the wrong way. Although you're 31, the level of your maturity, I don't think this platform is for you.
Oh, you say this for the grown people. You say this,
and it may be because it may be your apple juice had a little gin in it. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that.
Oh no, baby, I'm saved. I don't drink. I love the Lord. I'm filled with the Holy Ghost and power.
That's a whole other topic. But anyway,
with demonstration, hallelujah. Yeah, God.
Okay, so then your level of maturity is not.
No, I just enjoy life. I'm actually very intelligent. I'm into space.
Do you think that what's currently going on in the black community? Do you think what's going on in the black community currently is a joking matter?
Do you think your approach to black women is appropriate?
There's a black woman right here who doesn't feel offended by my comments and my information.
I think she is scientifically wired to accept your type of man, but that's just my opinion.
Well, you can ask me if I am.
Are you?
I'm
You're gonna say so.
I'm sorry.
That's just my opinion, you know. I can just
right. That was a.
We all have our opinions. You also think that I'm dumb and I'm not mature.
No, I didn't say that. I never said that.
That's what you insinuated, but okay.
No, I have daughters older than you. I would never call you dumb.
Well, I feel that way. That was the effect that it had, although it was.
But listen, Miss Erica, you got to stop interrupt. And Miss Erica, you must stop interrupting while she's talking. And I'm not going to let her interrupt you. I'm not going to let her interrupt you while you're talking. We got to be respectful up here.
I apologize.
In response to your assumption that I'm scientifically wired to men like this, I'm scientifically wired to logic and truth. And that's not gender specific.
Oh, okay.
What she's talking about, Miss Erica, is this. I've asked you several times to convey to me something that you've heard me say that's not true or inaccurate. And here's the thing. If you can't think of anything, it means you came up in your emotions, right? Because I don't mind being proved wrong.
But I was trying to help the next generation. So
well, we can't do that if women are saying you're wrong, you hate women, and we can't do that, right? You have to be able to sponge the information we're getting so we can get you off of the current train track that you're on. Because the current train track that our women is on, it keeps smashing into a brick wall. It keeps doing it.
Why does it keep happening though? Why?
Miss.
The thing. Why does it keep happening? Why do we keep allowing this to happen?
Miss Tip.
Yes, sir.
Tell me how your night's going.
My night is actually going good.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's peaceful, it's quiet, my kids sleep, everything's awesome.
That's what I'm talking about. I just
came off a live talking about children's fathers and the child support and the stability on single parents and all that good stuff. So I came into the right spot. So what are we talking about in here?
46%, which is 4 from half. 46% of our women have multiple children by multiple men, which doesn't typically come out in good life outcomes, right? Because studies show when the man is in the house, you guys know what I'm talking about. I can't say the word when adults touch young ones, right? It reduces. When the man is in the house, teen pregnancy reduces. When the man is in the house, the girl's academia goes up. We just know it's better, right? But when we have these conversations and tell our women that needs to stop, a woman will, even if a woman is saying it, she's a pick-me, right? When men say it, he's sassy. Who hurt you? We can't get anywhere like that. These things that we're saying, they're factual, right? What we have to do is we have to get on a cycle to where men can leave these homes again. But we can't, because the slightest thing that goes wrong, I don't got to put up with this shit. 80% of the time a divorce is filed or the relationship is dissolved, who do you think does it?
The female.
Yes, and when she's college educated, it goes up to 90%. And I'm going to ask you as a woman, I'm going to give you 2 shots. What do you think the 2 number 1 reasons that they claim for the divorce that they file?
Cheating. And also, I want to say mishandling funds within the family.
No. It's irreconcilable differences, which means nothing. And the next one, I wasn't happy anymore. Here's the thing. My grandfather was a cheater. It was known by everybody in our town. My grandmother never had to work. I've seen her go off on him several times about getting busted. My grandmother didn't leave him. When that woman was diagnosed with cancer, that same cheating individual, I watched with my own eyes. I watched him spoon feed her to her dying days. You women are dying alone based on egos. You are not. The Bible does not tell you to leave a relationship when you're no longer happy. Bill Gates is not always happy. I'm not always happy. You're not always happy. And listen, here's another thing. When you leave that man, you're still not going to always be happy. So why are you leaving? Women have come up here today and set the precedent that, so are you saying that women are to blame? Yes. Even the men that you have to complain about, you're creating them. I want you to look at it from this perspective. If I took 100 of you women and put you on an island, right? And put you on an island with one man, in 1 year, that man could produce 100 babies, right?
Very true.
If I took 100 men and put them on an island with one woman, in a year, how many children could those men produce?
Oh, wait.
One.
Yeah, that's a...
Only one.
Yeah.
So you guys are responsible.
It's one woman.
You guys are responsible. We got to get you guys to stop having babies with lunatics. You have the children you guys are sleeping with the same men. When I say same men, I mean literally the same men. He just moved from Texas last year and went to Wyoming and got 6 more. If you watch the woman show, Ayana, Please Fix My Life or whatever, and it's not even just hers. You can look this up statistically. There's another boy in Oklahoma who has 30 children. Ma'am, you guys are doing this. Even if we talk to all men, I want somebody to see if they can object with this. If men got together and talked to all men, hey, we got to stop doing this. What good would that do if we couldn't keep you from continuing to have sex? Let's say there is, they say 47 now. So we'll say that there are 22 million African American men in the United States. If we got 21 million of them to agree with us, we're going celibate. Ma'am, then we would have to convince you guys to not go have multiple children with those 1 remaining million, ma'am. That's the issue we're having.
Have you ever thought that sometimes that when a person has some type of relation with that person or those people, that is something that they've developed with that person? I mean, if it goes from you meet somebody and you just randomly having sex with them, then you're gonna suffer the consequence of whatever. But some people have bonds. Some people grow bonds.
Man, with 3 different men,
with the people.
With 3 different. Listen, I want to make this clear to everybody.
Well,
hold on. I want to make this clear to everybody. Here's my exception for women who have had multiple children by multiple men. The ones I respect is the women who are no longer moving inside of the energy that was responsible for them having multiple children by multiple men. That means they grew up. Because, ma'am, if we're going to be honest, a woman is so sacred. So sacred. You have no business letting multiple men dump their genetic makeup inside of your body. We can alter who you are just with our DNA dumpage alone, ma'am. If I'm a kleptomaniac, if I'm a angry person, if I'm just, you guys in the black community, you guys aren't asking.
Yeah, all that connects with soul ties.
if you're not
All
asking,
that
black women aren't asking what mental illness is running your family. They're not asking what health issues run in your family. They're not asking what your mom is like or what school did she go to. You know what the criteria is for our women? Whether or not you fine.
I had a question.
Talk to me.
What percentage of those women that you say are getting with like or having like multiple fathers are either SA mentally challenged or just emotionally abused?
Men don't care. It is not our job to be your therapist. When I come into a relationship with you, it is not.
Okay.
You know what? You guys are the clone. You guys are the creators of this one thing I'm about to say. I don't want no Bill to Bob. So why do I have to repair you? You guys won't even take us when our money's not right.
So if somebody's mentally challenged and someone takes advantage keeps having babies, is that?
Ma'am, let me ask you. Now let me ask you this. What percentage do you think that that's the case versus the percentage of I met him at the club tonight, he was fine, and I want that? Because, ma'am, women have
50% of women. You
okay.
asked me a question, so I'm gonna answer.
Now I want you to listen to this.
I would say at least 50% of.
Oh,
Let me answer the question.
Christ.
I would say at least 50% of those women have been emotionally abused and also have lacked a father. A good percentage of them.
Who is responsible for those women lacking a father, ma'am?
Who is responsible? Their daddy.
So it has nothing to do with the mom. It has nothing to do with the mom saying, I will not carry a child until you marry me. It has nothing to do with that.
Oh, that sounds like
depending on the person.
problem.
That's not everybody. You can't categorize. You can't do that.
Ma'am, I'm telling you what should be happening. You guys aren't catching this. What should be happening is marry before you stop interrupting me when I'm talking. What should be happening is marry before you carry, let alone 3 times, ma'am. You know nothing about me.
Get married before they have a baby.
Well, everybody don't believe in marriage. Everybody don't believe in marriage, and I hate that. Miss Erica, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I have to say this because it's like you categorize. It's like you putting everybody in a box. And I'm gonna speak on myself.
No, we're not. No, we're not doing any more of your life stories. You stretch it out too long.
Well, it's not a life story.
Well, no, we don't. We don't even do that.
About,
ma'am, I told you you're not going to interrupt me. We don't talk on isolated incidences, which is why you don't hear me talking about me and my 6 guys who have managed to make ourselves financially responsible.
But if you're asking questions and if it goes with the category of what you're talking about, why can't
we can't keep cutting him off? That's a black king. You don't see that black king? We can't keep cutting him off. We got to respect.
Okay, so ma'am, I'm going to say this to you. You have 3 children by 3 different men. It's difficult to talk to you. I have to ask you, do you think that your information is more valid than mine?
Well, when you mentioned something pertaining to what my situation is, I just felt like, okay, well, let me speak up on it because if I
But then when I tell you that we're not going to do that, you have to respect that, right? You try to keep going with it after I've told you we don't do that. Because you know what happens? Most women don't have the wherewithal to be able to separate themselves from the topic we're talking about. Once you get emotionally invested in it, that's when emotions become involved, and that's when information gets corrupted. So that's why I make sure we remove it from you. I'd rather we talked about a woman in Cincinnati who is not you than for you to attach it to you, because that's when personal feelings get involved, and that's when you are incited to, I'm just going to say it, lie, or even just be delusional. What we're seeing in the African American community is a thing that is real. It's real. Listen, we're not even going to, we're dead. We're not going to survive this. Me, none of us on this panel will ever see the African American community like we would like to. By 2053, we are set to have a median income of 0. Did you know that? That sounds like extinction, man. We are raising the lowest quality of children on this planet. And if you disagree with me, name any other ethnic group whose children turn out worse than ours. And you have the floor. That'll be hard, won't it? Who are the first teachers of the children?
Parents.
No, who are the first teachers of... Okay, I'll make it concise. Out of the parents, which is the first teacher? Who begins teaching the children first? Who has the more intimate connection, the more intimate contact with the children?
The mother.
Yes, ma'am. So if you're admitting that women are responsible for the teaching, but yet they're turning out to be utterly almost useless, ma'am.
Well, guess what? That's that mother. That's that specific person. If that's
no, ma'am, it's on a large scale happening. We have women who are on TikTok in classrooms filming children singing sexy red songs.
And I was just talking about that in another panel, so I fully agree with you. I was just talking about that same thing. I'm not disagreeing.
Man, we're not saying black men aren't doing anything wrong. We're not saying black men aren't doing anything wrong. But what you guys are doing is catastrophic. It's irreversible.
So what are y'all doing? Y'all don't do nothing wrong?
Did you just hear anything?
Y'all have respect? Do y'all all have respect for the women?
No.
Y'all men walk around here cussing out the women and arguing in front of the kids and disrespecting.
Ma'am, there's no man in your household to argue with.
Showing them how to shoot dice and want to take them around with other females, cheating on their girlfriend, cheating on the wives, taking them for rides. You know what I'm saying?
You want to be with her. You want to be with her. But the sad truth of the matter is, now since you wanted to go there, let's go there. Who cheats more, men or women?
That is not no comparison. It's going to be an equal number. You cannot sit up and say one does more than the other one. You can't.
See, here's what I want to lay something out to you. What I've learned about you, ma'am, you speak. You have nothing tangible to base your ideologies in. You just talk. But have you noticed every time I say something, I lay out something to substantiate it, a statistic, historical data? Have you ever noticed that?
Well,
I'm not up here just talking. Women cheat more than men, and they're 3 times less likely to get caught. 70% of women in relationships, and this was a survey conducted by women, 70% of women in relationships already have a backup plan in case this relationship doesn't work, and they know his name. Ma'am, you are out of touch.
Oh, really? That study was released last week.
Man, it's sad.
That's what we're trying to tell you. It's sad.
What's wrong with us? What is wrong with our brains? Like, is it our hormones or something? I'm just trying to figure out. Like,
no, you know what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you is you are outside of your natural intended position, which is to be locked in with one of God's sons.
But where are they? Because they act like they can't find
You don't want them. You don't want them. There's a girl who came. It's on my YouTube. You can go see it.
Oh.
I told her you were supposed to. So you just want us to be messing with educated men who got jobs and this hairline. We're not going to do it. We're going to keep messing with the hood niggas that sag their pants, and we're going to keep having their babies.
That's why you like them alt men with the dreads.
Ma'am, listen. The truth of the matter is, the responsible guy, you guys don't find them attractive. Cardi B just came out.
No, I think I hear what you're saying.
Ma'am, it'd be difficult for a man to date you. Did you know that?
Oh, I know. I've been told that. And I've also been told I'm intimidating. And I talk to
ma'am, you listen, that word you guys keep throwing around, intimidated, you do not intimidate no real man. Stop it.
That's what they be telling me, apparently.
No, what it is you're irritating, not intimidating. People have to tell you multiple times. People have to tell you multiple times to stop interrupting people when they're talking. I don't even tolerate that. And you have to be told multiple times.
We got to be respectful.
Like a kid.
See, that's my problem.
Look at you. You can't stop. You can't stop.
You're right.
You think a man of any substantial quality would deal with that when he could deal with someone who respects him? Yet you appear to be okay with it.
He did.
Listen, you say that you're a Christian. You told us that you stand firm on your faith in God. Ma'am, you are not moving in any type of Proverbs 31 energy. Did you know that?
Lord, I repent.
The thing is this. Go out in the morning and pour some vinegar in your gas tank.
Okay.
See how that works out. By the same, I'm going to ask any woman up here, what was the sole purpose of a woman being created?
I feel like she was made so he wouldn't be alone and bored, because men are kind of boring, to be honest.
Ma'am, if you keep up the foolishness, I'm going to boot you off.
I'm sorry.
Is it to have children?
Your
Is it
sole
to create
purpose.
families?
Your sole purpose was man. It was your sole purpose. We can go from Genesis 4. We can go. You were not called to be in any position of authority. Did you know that? Now, here's what I do acknowledge. As we evolved in society and things happened, things were implemented in society, women did have to go out and get jobs and things of that nature. But you guys, the issue that's taking place, you guys are operating so far outside of your original intended position, you resemble a car who someone's pouring vinegar in the gas tank. You're broken.
Dang.
That's why so many of our women, listen, you can't get married. You've been ranked on multiple dating sites as the most undesirable woman on the entire planet to date. You think black men want to say that?
Yes.
Oh man, not us.
Yes.
We're magical.
Ma'am, listen at you. You're very undesirable. Nobody in my circle would date you. And I'm not picking on you. I'm telling you, you can't control yourself.
I can take it. I feel real bad though. I mean, like, I guess whose circle I'm gonna date from?
Nobody's.
Oh, so I guess I'm just gonna be alone.
Goodbye.
You know, I actually, on a serious note, I actually been wanting to adopt an emotional support animal because I have anxiety and depression. So I'm serious.
You don't have it anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Miss Allie.
Oh wow, she gone.
She's
Yes.
definitely gone. Miss Allie, you were raised around a man, weren't you?
Yes.
See, I'm going to tell you guys. I'm going to tell you something. I swear this is no exaggeration. 100% of the time, the people on here who follow this show, they know that what I'm saying is factual. 100% of the time, when we as men encounter a pleasant woman, a woman who is agreeable, cooperative, and if she disagrees, knows how to do it respectfully, when we ask her, you were raised around a man, 100% of the time on this show, it has been yes. Do you know what that lets us know? It lets us know that if you guys would stop having children with no fathers, they would turn out higher quality. But when we say that, he hates women and she's a pick-me. You guys have created bulletproof vests that alleviate you from any type of accountability. What we thought if we wanted black women to speak up. Sister Shahrazad Ali has been condemning black women's behavior since I think 1980s. You guys canceled her before canceling became popular. We thought, since we were getting called, he's sassy, he hates black women, we thought that if women started speaking up, you guys would have to listen to her like, oh, that's one of our own, she must be right. No, you developed a bulletproof vest for even them. Now they're pick-me's. Just because they adhere to sound information and logic. Now they're pick-me's. What you're basically telling the world is we're doing terrible things, we want to continue doing these terrible things, and we don't want anybody to call those things out. Yet, you had no issue for the last 40 years when Sally Jesse Raphael, Oprah Winfrey, Ricky Lake, Jenny Jones, you guys were going up there daily, devoted to the degradation and deterioration of men. You guys haven't, what you guys are experiencing right now that's sending shockwaves across your ears is until the internet, men didn't have voices. We couldn't call you out on things. We couldn't defend ourselves on the Jenny Jones or Ricky Lake show. You guys were just allowed to go up there and call us deadbeat dads, even though studies show black men are the most engaged in their children's lives of all ethnic groups. Even after we pushed that information to you guys, even after Oprah Winfrey, who helped sully our reputations just 6 months ago, came on and admitted that the Center for Disease and Control has verified that black men are the most intimately engaged in their children's lives, even when they're not in the homes. You guys still get on here and call us deadbeat dads.
Some of y'all are.
Do. And some of y'all are still bust downs. Is that wrong? I can prove.
Like
I can prove mine. Listen, I can prove mine. 46% of you, 46% have babies calling the wrong man dad. So that's very apparent. Some of you are still busting down, even inside relationships. 41% of the time that you guys have a paternity test, the first guess is wrong. So yes, we both have flaws, but yours are detrimental to the rebuilding of a community.
And if we can speak to talk shows, there's nothing but women on that show that get that famous line that he is not the father. It's all women.
And listen, that was true.
1,100%.
Come to find out, I didn't know this. The Maury Show was real. I didn't know that. It was real.
Yeah.
You are not the father.
Right. And so I want to ask the young lady, I can't see her name, is it Tip? That was talking earlier?
Sure is.
So are all three of your children's fathers deadbeats?
No. My oldest, she's grown. He has other children. My second is current. He helps. He does his part. The third is not here, and I didn't even know I was pregnant with my third one, so she was a surprise. And so no.
What do you mean when you say you didn't know you was pregnant with the third one?
So, like I just said, I was 5 months pregnant. I did not know it. No, I did not have any symptoms. No, I did not feel anything. No, I did not throw up. No, I did not feel a
But you
thing.
knew you were having unprotected
so I was 5
sex, right?
Pregnant and didn't know it.
You knew you were having unprotected sex, right?
Okay, so because I was in a relationship with him. We was in a relationship for 3 years. So
were you in a relationship with all three of them?
And it was just me and him.
Were you in a relationship with all three of them?
Yes.
So, ma'am, that
you
means...
heard my ages, right? You heard the ages.
Okay, so you know what that suggests? That suggests you have poor decision-making ability. You got it wrong 3 times.
If that's the case, then that was my decision to make, and therefore I went through what I went through, and that was that.
Well, no, it doesn't only affect you. It doesn't only affect you.
It wasn't a bust down, as you called it earlier. It wasn't that. It was I had bonds with these people. I had friendships with these people, and therefore I had relationships with these people. So, whatever it was at that point in time, that's what it was, and those were decisions that I made.
Are you proud of those? Are you proud of those decisions?
Am I proud of my decisions? My decisions are my decisions.
Ma'am, if you're not going to answer questions, there's no need in you being up here. I asked you, are you proud of those decisions?
I'm proud of my children.
Are your children... I asked you, are you proud of your... Never mind. I'll just say this.
Well, I'm not being rude to you.
That's fine. You're not going to answer the question, but do you know that 100% your children are suffering from psychological damage and dysfunction?
Because why? The father isn't there? Is that what it is to you?
Ma'am, it's beyond critical. It's beyond critical. The studies are... Most scientists, they kind of don't agree all of the time. That's one area to where they typically just agree. We have studies on it. When children who are raised in a 2-parent household are 5 times more likely to graduate college, 3 times more likely to graduate high school, 3 times less likely to end up in jail, 2 times more likely to be gainful employed. Ma'am, overall, it is overwhelming. They turn out better. In an overwhelming fashion. 80% of the people who go back and forth to prison and end up derelicts and things are raised by single-parent moms. So with all of that said, do you believe that when you ladies are doing this, you are creating children who come out in the hole? They come out in the hole and other kids are ahead of them and they'll likely be working for those other kids.
Well, I'm going to rebuke that because it all depends on their structure in the home.
There is no structure without the dad.
Your studies, true enough for your studies. But in the same token, you cannot just sit up here and say, okay, well, yeah, you're going to do this, these parents, these children.
Ma'am, your children are affected. Do you think you have one kid right now, even one, who doesn't wish they had their dad in that house, ma'am?
I do have one.
Oh my God, ma'am! If any of your kids wish they didn't have a dad in their life, the damage is even worse than what we thought.
Well, here's the thing.
Who doesn't desire to have somebody to look up to, ma'am?
Well, he doesn't have to be in a home because being in a home is not going to always be a good thing.
Well, that means you chose somebody to allow to invade your sacred womb and even give him the highest honor a woman can give a man, having a child by someone who wasn't even good enough to dwell in the living quarters with, ma'am.
Well, that means that was on me, and apparently
But now it's on the children.
Psychological problem is with him, and I couldn't deal with that. So
Let me ask you this. I want to ask you: are you gonna? And we're just talking. Are you gonna do that again? Or do you think that you have?
No.
Okay.
Hell no.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, I have a 3-year-old that I didn't even know I was pregnant with. So, here we are.
But I mean, you can't really say that. You do know that you were having unprotected sex. So,
but once again, regardless of what I knew I was having, I didn't know I was having her.
Ma'am,
like I said,
ma'am, I don't know if you know how crazy that sounds. The reason I have all my children by one woman. Listen, the reason I have my children by one woman, in my head, I thought if I release in a woman, she will get pregnant. That's what I thought. Miss Alexandria.
Yes.
Tell me how your night's going.
It's going. How's your night going?
Hold on, I recall this voice. Okay. Let me ask you this. We've talked before, and we didn't agree on everything, which is fine. I'm very okay with us not agreeing, long as we can always do it respectfully, and long as we can, even in the midst of our disagreeing, convey information out to the audience that will give them better life outcomes. Because that's what this show is about, right?
Sure.
My question to you is this. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being very bad, 0 meaning it's not a big deal. How bad do you think it is to be engaged in a lifestyle of allowing men who you think are fine or attractive to have unprotected sex with you?
I would say, so the 3 is the top number is bad, very bad, right?
10 meaning it's terrible.
Definitely like a 9. It's bad. It's not great. It's not good.
Listen, some women have been given herpes. Listen, let's go if we're gonna go. Turbulence, people. A lot of you women have done so much damage to your dating value that no one wants you. And here's how we can prove it. Studies show that we typically cross paths with around 10,000 people a year, right? If we chop that in half, and let's just say half of them are men, that means a lot of you per house. Okay, let's do this. Miss Tip, how long have you been single?
I have been single. Oh Lord, what's this month? Since October.
Okay, well we'll cap you at the 5,000 mark. What I'm telling you, ladies, is this. Those of you, and this is going to be harsh, I'm going to ask a question. I want every woman to answer. And I just want a yes or no. Do you agree that according to their lifestyles, women drop value on the dating market? Miss Allie.
Absolutely, yes.
Miss Alexandra.
Do I believe that women drop value on the
that they
dating market?
decrease in value? Yes.
Okay. Not necessarily.
Okay, that means no, right?
Yes, not necessarily always no.
So.
It depends.
Hold on. I gotta ask you. So, do you believe that a 29-year-old woman who is an 8 on a scale of 1 to 10, who has 3 children, and a 29-year-old woman who is an 8 on a scale of 1 to 10, who has no children, do you believe that they will get picked by quality men at the same rate?
I can tell you that for me,
No. I don't want you to incorporate yourself. Do you believe that on the grand scheme that there's 100 quality men who have made something out of themselves? Okay. Do you believe that both of those women have equal chance of getting these men?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I do. The reason why is because of their abilities to understand have nurturing, caring, loving relationships.
Ma'am, you think
understand
men
that.
give a damn about that?
I do think
Listen, let me say this to you. Here's what men do. When we find a woman, man, we go tell our brothers, bro, I just stumbled up on this chick. Fine, hair all the way down to her back. Listen, super feminine. Body like, man, what? We can hear all of these amazing accolades that our brother is telling us. Man, what do you think after he displays this impeccable resume? What do you think the first question the brothers ask?
Oh, I actually don't know the answer.
How many kids does she have?
Really?
Oh my God.
Yes.
You know why we ask that? Because all of these amazing things that you just named about her, the moment you tell us, but she got X kids, it disqualifies everything that you just said. Why don't you know that it is important to men how much a woman has been passed around? Men are territorial. We are conquerors. We don't date you. We conquer you. Why do you think it's worse when a woman cheats than when a man cheats?
I didn't have kids, so.
Do you believe, Miss Alexandria, do you believe that it is worse when a woman cheats than when a man cheats?
No.
Listen, you are so adorable to me. Every time I've interacted with you, I just say she's so sweet.
I mean it with all the utmost respect. I promise you I do. But, I just...
What makes a man cheat? Why? Give me a reason that a man will cheat. No, let's say this. Why would a man cheat with a drug addict behind a liquor store? What's compelling him to do it?
Oh, my goodness. I'm assuming they just want something different.
Yeah, we just want to bust one, right?
Sure.
Why do women cheat?
I would assume that most women would make that error in judgment.
Oh, so when a woman does it, it's an error.
It's true.
Listen, ma'am, when women cheat, emotions are involved, ma'am.
Apparently, the man not giving her what she wants.
What?
He's not doing what she need. You said, why do women cheat, right? Why do some women cheat? That's what you asked?
So, okay, ma'am, if you're going to go there with it, we can just say, hold on. No. We're going to play it your way. Then that means, hold on, stop talking over me. Stop talking over me. And I'm not going to tell you again. You can't talk over me again. I'm telling you.
I was making sure that's what you said. That's all.
You didn't have to make sure. I began talking. According to your logic, then we can say when men cheat, it's because they're not getting what the woman should be getting them. You know how ignorant that sounds? If we can do that, cheating's not even bad. We can just blame the significant other. Do you agree that we can play that like that? If you want to say that women are cheating because the man's not giving her something she needs, we can do that too then.
What the hell y'all do it?
You cheat more than men.
You think so?
Men don't even have access to sex like you do. 33% of the men in the nation are virgins,
are you
ma'am.
Serious? Men don't have access to sex like that. Are you serious? Men don't go out on a regular basis and
ma'am, you are broken. You are broken. Huh? You are severely broken.
What does broken have to do with men going out finding whoever?
So let's do this. Hold on, let's do this.
I'm just asking a question.
And I'm going to give you an answer.
Right?
Me and you step out of our homes right now, butt naked. Who's going to get the most play?
But I ain't stepping outside, so that's negative.
Stop it. Just come on. Give me an answer. If me and you if me and you go to the club tonight, both of us have signs up that says just got out of a long-term relationship and just looking for one night of meaningless sex. Who is going to get the most applicants?
Well, we both look good, so probably both of us. I mean, be real. Let's be real. I'm not about to sit up here and point and say you or me.
Ma'am, do you know how hard it is for men to have sex?
It's not hard for y'all. It's not. It's not hard. Because you got people out here that run so much game, and you got some of these beautiful fools that'll go ahead and just give it to them with no problem.
Miss Alex.
Sis, let me ask you a question. Have you ever had to beg a man for sex?
Hell no.
Okay.
Have you known men to beg you for sex? Yep. So that's the answer. We don't have to beg for sex. We can just look at a man a certain way and say, no, we want it, and he gonna give it to us. Men, we don't have to beg for sex. For men, ooh.
Men gotta be 6 foot. We got to have our money right. And listen, we have to beat out all of the other candidates. Have you ever heard D come a dime a dozen? Do you know how difficult it is for men to have sex? So listen, Plenty of Fish, Tinder, and OkCupid release the dating data on their sites. Unattractive women who are overweight get 3 times the interaction that handsome men get. Did you know that, ma'am?
Is that why? Is that because they're easy or something?
It's because you have the almighty vajayjay. And yes, I said the almighty. People have took other people off this planet about that thing. But they haven't taken people off the planet about something that's a dime a dozen, a D. There is no woman on this panel. Man, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 women on here. You guys can have 100 times the sex that I can accomplish. It doesn't matter about my looks, my finances, because there's always somebody whose finances outseed mine, somebody who's more handsome. We typically cross paths with 10,000 people a year. And I'm just going to ask you again, because I think you were just being disingenuous. I got to ask you again. Ma'am, do you believe men and women can have sex at the same rate?
No, nowadays.
See, ma'am, I want to say this to you. I don't typically do this for the people on the panel. It's the audience that's important to me, because these are the people who... Did my brother turn the comments off? Did I do that? What I was going to say to you is this, ma'am, and I'm just going to say it. You guys make black women look bad by really, really bad. We lose so much respect for you when we can't get you to understand very, very simple concepts. We kind of started questioning your intelligence level. Not you, but as a whole. Like, this is bad, ma'am. If you really don't... Okay, actually, Miss Malaysia. Yeah. Do you think men can get sex at the same rate that women can?
I don't.
It's a blowout. It's a blow. Listen, on that data, they said very attractive women, they leave the sites for months at a time because they become severely overwhelmed with the inboxes that they're getting. Handsome men in a week may get 1 to 3 DMs. You guys get 10s upon 10s upon 10s. And ma'am, I'm going to say this. It's bad if you don't know this, being a woman. If you're not even aware of the power of a woman, you're flawed in that by yourself. It means you're not going to have good dating experiences. If you don't even know your power, I don't even see how you can win. And it's probably why you ran into some of the snags you ran into. But the truth is, I know you don't believe what you said. You're just being disingenuous and arguing. But the whole topic that we're talking about, this power that you guys have, was like giving children $5,000. What you guys are doing with your bodies is unprecedented. You don't have to know him well. You don't have to like him. All we have to do is bring a bottle of Hennessy and a blunt over.
That's wrong.
Have you heard $40? I want anybody up here to tell me where I'm going at when I say $40. It's in songs and everything. You guys are giving it up for $40. You're giving it up for $40. Not $37, not $100, $40. Look
at Alexandria's face. She said, "What? $40?"
Give me a second. I've been severely disrespecting the people who rock with me the heaviest. Hold on, people. Hold on. I've been neglecting my important fan base. Shout out to my people over here who have been dropping those. Shout out to ZF in this situation with the super chat.
Them quick heifers.
My brother said when it's 6. Hey, people, YouTube, y'all gotta forgive me. You know I've been experiencing some chaos over here, so I'm back rocking with you guys. 1,000 pardons. My brother Tony up in this situation with the... He said, now you cooking and they refusing to eat. Let me read some of these. I want you guys to tell me where the men have it wrong. My brother Gatewood said, facts are meaningless to women. And that's what I was telling you, Miss Tip. When we have these conversations that we can just crack a dictionary open, this stuff is simple. It causes us to lose respect for you. Like, I want you guys to know this. We had it wrong. What men were taught about you guys was wrong. Our grandfathers, our dads, and our uncles, we were taught a thing about you guys. And you guys, that's why a lot of you are experiencing bad relationships. You guys don't even care what we want. You don't care what we like. You guys, there are no circles of women on social media saying, girl, I just want to know what men like. What gives men pleasure, because I want to do something. You guys aren't doing that. You know what you're doing? You want a man who's 6 foot, the 6'6", 6 foot,
Wow.
6 figure. You guys are interested in what benefits you. You guys, okay, and if you disagree with me, I'm going to ask any woman up on this panel right now, except for Miss Alexandria, because she got this thing. Miss Allie.
Yes, sir.
Are you single or are you in a relationship?
Happily married.
I am so not surprised. That type of energy does not stay on the dating market for long at all. A woman who a man can have a conversation with and it's not crazy, even if you disagree with me, it's respectfully. A woman like that, you don't even have to be attractive. Men aren't complicated. We're actually fairly simple. And I'm going to tell you ladies something. We hate arguing. We hate it. And we lose respect. So we were taught things about you guys. Here's some of the things. Your grandfather, men were groomed. We were taught things by our uncle, our dad, and our grandfathers. Boy, it's going to come a time where that girl going to want a house. You know, she probably going to want picket white fence, some things like that. We were taught when you're walking when you're walking with this girl, have her on the inside of you so that any oncoming danger confronts you before it confronts her. We were taught things about you. We were taught that you were soft, that you were delicate, that you were to die for. We were taught about white dresses. Now, in today's society, I don't expect a woman to be able to rock a white dress, but you don't have to have a 70 count body count. What I'm getting at is, you ladies are nothing like what we were groomed for. Nothing. We were never told, well, boy, if she ever get mad at you, she may call you a fuckboy. We weren't told that. Everything we're experiencing is contrary to how we were, to the women we were groomed to. Listen, we were told to be willing to lose our only lives. God, we don't have a spare life in the closet. We were told to be willing to die for you in the event that it is called upon us to do so. Most of you aren't worthy of dying for. Men you guys are in relationships with have so low level of respect for you, they're coming to you like, hey babe, listen, I ain't trying to be funny, and I'm only gonna say this once. Me and my homeboy Jared. I mean, you cool if he come in the bedroom with us? Do you know how low your value has to be for a man to petition you like that? And listen, here's what we do know. Men didn't just wake up and estimate you a value like that. You got to evaluate it based on how you live your lives. Because I really, really doubt that people are running around calling Miss Allie a bust down. These titles are earned. Just like African American men who take each other's lives, that stuff is valid when they say that about us. It's not a rumor. It's not a lie. We do that to each other. So why would I want people to lie for us? If you lie for us and say, no, black men are kings, they're not doing that, that's the white man. No, we can't do better if you lie for us. We have to kick ourselves in the butt harder than anybody does. The value of African American women today is so low, you can't get married. You can't get married. It's very difficult. Yet, African American men are desired by every ethnic group of women on the entire planet. Who disagrees with that? Miss Malaysia.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me. What do you disagree with about my ideologies and my...
I'll say this. I won't say I so much disagree, but I feel like I can add to it if that's okay.
Go
I
ahead.
don't think that you are wrong. I don't think that most of your statistics are wrong. I just will have to add the fact that because women are emotional creatures, when a woman, like nowadays, when women, these young women are getting their hearts broken, they're seeing examples of women who learned they got their heart broken once and they said, you know what? I will not be, doing stuff for love no more. If I'm going to get a man, it's going to be for money. I'm going to get some sex out of it and I'm going to get what I want. And they move on.
Can't believe you say no funky shit like that.
It's not so much that, like women.
You fucking crazy, man. You sound insane.
Because these newer girls, when they get hurt, that's shit they want it done. Most women start off like,
Okay, ma'am, I gotta stop you. This thing that you're portraying, that women are going into situations just desiring to be treated right, just, wanting to be loved. Ma'am, that is 50 years old and it's non-existent.
how you figure that?
I want you to listen to this. You won't listen to it from me? Listen to it from a woman.
First of all, y'all see how I mix match their true religion? Y'all can't. Now, I'm going to say it because I ain't scared to say it. I'm a gold digger. I'm sorry, it's nothing I can do with your love. I don't want to get to know you. Do you got money or not? Do you take bitches out of town or not? Do you go half on the rent or not? Do you pay the full thing or not? Like,
I have a question for all of the women up here. Women who say they only looking for a guy who takes chicks out of town, a guy who takes women shopping, a guy who pays half the rent. Is there any woman up here who disagrees that a woman who's expecting that already 100% knows that he's expecting her to put out if he does those things? Who disagrees with that?
I don't disagree with that at all. And that's exactly what she's going to get.
Yeah. So listen, how is she a victim? How's she a victim? This woman is every bit of 25 years old.
Look what she said. She looking for men to just go ahead and give. So if you 9 times out of 10, these men out here gonna say, well, if I'm giving you this, then what you gonna do?
They won't even entertain the conversation without the talk of sex.
Say it again.
A man is not going to entertain that type of conversation without there being sex tied to it.
Well, guess what? That's what she brought herself into because of the conversation that she started.
But ma'am, listen, I'm agreeing with you. What I'm telling you is women today aren't the women that Miss Malaysia is portraying them to be. Most of you are a bad deal. Most of you.
How about it's these young ones? What she said was the young ones.
Okay, ma'am, I can put on another clip. Ma'am, the women who are 55 and older the women who are in their 50s are worse. Where do you think these girls get their information from?
Once again, it depends on the people and how they were groomed and brought up. You can't put everybody in a box and say,
yes, you can. If 63% of our women, hold on, stop.
You cannot sit up here and say, y'all women
We're going to stop this right now.
We can say, y'all.
We're going to stop this right now. Somehow you guys can't grab this information. So I want to say this. If 63% of our women have multiple children by multiple men, what has to be happening? If our women are currently boosting the HIV, gonorrhea, and syphilis rates through the roof, if our women have 5 times the abortion of any other race, people, how do you do all those things? I want somebody to tell me. How do you get an STI? Somebody tell me.
Sick.
Okay. How do you get pregnant by multiple men?
Sex.
Unprotected sex, right?
Yeah.
You guys are out having rampant unprotected sex. Party sex. Meaningless sex. And no one wants to admit it. It's the only way that you guys can have the numbers you have. 5 times the abortions of any other race. That is one big smorgasbord. And I don't know why it's so hard to admit that. 41% of the time you take a paternity test, the first guess is wrong. 41 is only 9 from half. There is a huge party taking place in your guys' panties. Who disagrees with that? Or somebody tell me, let's say that I'm wrong. Where are these numbers coming from? Somebody give me an alternative for these numbers. Let's do that.
I'm definitely gonna have to disagree.
But listen, have you noticed every time you come up here, you kind of find a way to disagree, and it's in your heart.
No, like that's what I don't think that you're wrong, but I like to add to it.
Talk to me.
Because I know other situations. I'm a hairstylist. I talk to plenty of women. A lot of women, when they get STIs or STDs, it's usually from their man and the only men that they're sleeping with. So that's why I'm like, okay, well,
ma'am, you cheat more than men.
These young women ain't cheating. Sis, let me ask you something, sis. Mm-hmm. You don't think the women in your chair lie? If a woman is sitting in your chair and she knows that you know that she got a full-time man or a husband, you think she gonna tell you that she got some side ding ding and brought something home? You think she gonna tell you that? Now I get where you're coming from. That's a yes or no. It's gonna be a no, because I have friends who admitted that they have a side man, and usually those women, they are smart enough to bring protection when they're messing with somebody else.
Well, where are all of these multiple children coming from, ma'am? Listen, 46% of the time, you guys are planting babies on people who aren't the father. So they can't be wearing protection, ma'am. Where are these kids coming from? They're not coming from no rubbers. Your information is bad, and you're moving based on feelings. The math is not corrupted. It is what you desire it to be. These women can't be as careful as you're suggesting. Listen, now here's what I need. I think a lot of you don't understand this when I say it. I think when I say 46, you guys aren't adhering to that is 4 from half. Do you know what half is? That is detrimental. So that means, listen, if they were to pass out paternity tests in the black community today, do you know how many black women's lives would be taken?
Wow, that's so sad.
No, you know what's sad? That I've been spending all of this money on this boy for 25 years, and he's not my kid. That my mama has him in her will. That he's got 50 cousins in Oklahoma who will die for him. Doesn't have a lick of their blood running through him. That's what's sad.
That is sad.
I want to ask you this, Malaysia, because you've always been sweet when you come up here. I need to know why you want to believe these things.
It's not that I want to believe them. It's just that some of the things that's why I told you you're not wrong. But I'm just adding two, because there's always two sides.
No, there's not. There's not always two sides. It can be manipulated into that. It doesn't matter why African American men are taking each other's lives. Can we agree on that? We got to stop it. It doesn't matter why whenever you get mad, you call me an F-U-C-K boy. It is inappropriate. And whatever that last man did to you, I have no business having to deal with. Do you agree with that? If your dad snuck in your bedroom several times, ma'am, I have no business having to deal with that. I am not called upon to be your therapist. You know how we know? Because I'm coming to you, Miss Alexandria. You guys are the originators of I don't want no Build-A-Bob. So why do we have to fix and repair and tolerate yours? It's not fair. You ask for things that you're not giving. Tell me what you disagree with.
No, that's true. And I think what you're saying, a lot of it, and I will say what's true is a lot of what we're taught is coming from older women, because I'm young. I'm obviously the youngest person that's speaking. but we are taught like to be one and done these days because after our parents, our
Who are you
mothers
taught? Who are you taught that by?
That's why I said our mothers, older women. They're taught us to like not take much disrespect or like we don't have to, talk to somebody who isn't making a lot of money because we know Black women are the most educated in the world.
No, you're not.
Right now.
No, you're not. You see, and you
In
guys
this
listen. You
country,
guys
we are.
listen. You guys got to stop believing whatever you hear. You guys were the most enrolled. You're not the most educated. Asian women are. And let's go with that. Let's go with that. If you're the most educated, how do you continue to get fooled into having babies by multiple different men?
Got him. We fucking got him.
Circle of women, because the women around me, they usually only have like 1 or 2 kids by
Ma'am,
the same
stop it.
person.
Stop it. Stop it.
And you might think I'm lying, but
I know you
I'm
are.
really telling the truth.
Listen, so when I came across the study that said, this was a year ago, when I came across the study that said 63% of the children in the 46% of the children in the African American community are calling the wrong man dad, I had no reason to think those studies were wrong. There has been about 5 instances in my family where it turns out such and such was, and the child is 25. Ma'am, that's common. It's very common. And that's why I don't like this victim mentality that, well, why are women cheating? You're cheating because you're hoes. The same way when men cheat is because they low down NIGGAs. The only thing is we have no problem admitting that we're a-holes, we're doing dumb stuff.
Can I add something
but
to
for
that,
some reason, you guys aren't hoes. You guys are, what did Miss Alexandria say? Made an error. Go ahead.
Let me just say this too, and this might help Malaysia a little bit because she sounds like a sweetheart and she seems like she really
always
gives
has
people the
been.
benefit of the doubt. Are you familiar with what's just happened recently with Kirk Franklin finding out who his real father was?
On his documentary.
Yeah, and do you know that this man has taken a DNA test? He has stood next to his real father. He and his mother are not even on speaking terms because even after DNA, she's still lying about that's not your dad. That's not your dad. Lie. Science does not lie. Our tongues lie. So I just want you to keep that in mind because I think as Black women, we always want to stand with each other and believe what the other one says just because we're women and because we're Black. And
Right.
we lie to each other. So don't think that your friends and your clients and stuff are not going to lie to you. Right. And you mentioned earlier about how some women get hurt one time and then they say, "Oh, I'm about to do this." Men get hurt too. And
Right.
and how would you feel? You sound like you're a stand-up person. Say, for instance, I don't know you personally. You're loyal. You down for your man. You're a good girl. But the guy that you're dating got cheated on. And every time you walk out the door, he want to know where you at. You come in the house, just coming from 7-Eleven, and he swear you just got finished screwing 15 men. How would you feel to be in a position like that? Do you feel like you deserve that because he got hurt?
I've been in a position like that, and can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't know why I thought my mic was off just now, but I've been in a similar position like that before, and I could say, it is very, very, very toxic, and I've learned that the best way to deal with that is to leave that person only because, and you don't want to give up on people, but I'm going to say it like this, I can't babysit nobody's insecurities for but so long.
But do you think it's fair that a person treats you like you're a cheater and you're trash and you a hoe and you're not because they just happen to be with a hoe before?
Absolutely not.
So the next time one of your clients or any of your girlfriends say that they're doing X, Y, and Z to a man because one person hurt them, make sure that you hold her accountable and tell her that's not an excuse to be that way.
Right.
You're that way. That's a character issue. That's not an experience issue.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm one of those. I don't agree with people and act like their story makes sense if it doesn't make sense to me. So hold people accountable, because you don't want to be lied to either. And nobody, when your friends and your clients and those women be lying to you the same way they think that a man is boo boo the fool, they're really telling you that you're boo boo the fool too.
It's actually disrespectful that they think that they can even get over on you like that.
Sad part.
Miss Alexandria, I know you've been waiting. My fault. You know it goes down over here. Talk to me.
I know. I was just gonna say that, like, for me, I think.
Hey, listen.
I've said this before.
I need you to listen. You got to give me a second. King Bwana.
Yo, what's going on?
I'm low down. Listen, I had my ace up here for about an hour and didn't even realize it. Listen, hey, y'all go ahead and shun me. Hey, do it, purge me, right? My fault, my brother. Go ahead. Hey, Miss Alexandria, I'm coming right back to you. My brother been up here for an hour.
Yeah, I'm gonna be short. You already know it ain't never gonna go good when you're having conversations with members of the sisterhood. So I seen you booted that sisterhood member off the panel. But I came up here to tell these people to tap the screen. The comments are off because y'all are not tapping the screen. We need to get to 20K likes. So them hearts should be rolling up the screen. 20K likes.
Hey, brother, hey, but 1,000 apologies too, my brother. I seen the blank thing, man. Hey, listen, next time you know I be, one track minded, man. Next time, brother, I need you to interject, man, for real. That's done happened a couple of times when you done been up here. I just need you to interject. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
My brother.
Well, that's all I came up here for. Comments come back on when we get to 20K.
Shout out to my brother over here, always keeping everything cool and kosher in our situation. My brother done rocked out with the late great Kevin Samuels, been a moderator for Kevin Samuels, and he keeps it kosher up in our comments, make sure people don't get too far out of hand. My mans. Miss Alexandria.
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me.
So I just wanted to say that, like, I think that, ultimately I don't necessarily believe just because a woman sleeps with someone that means.
Hey, speak up a little bit. Speak up just a little bit.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let's see if you can hear me better. Can you hear me?
All right, you said you don't necessarily believe what?
Just because somebody sleeps with somebody, that doesn't equal them being it doesn't equal that they're somehow degenerate, or that they're somehow they find a way to sleep with multiple people. Nor do I think, right?
Hold on, I need you to tell me what you mean. Like, are you? Hold on. I need you to tell us what you mean. Like, I don't know what you mean. Like, sleep with someone that's cheated, or what do you mean? A virgin? What do you mean?
Yeah. So I don't think that there's women just going out there emotionally cheating, because it takes a toll on you emotionally, right? And I think that ultimately, like, what I believe is that when you're saying that, like, women cheat too more than men, first of all, I have a hard time believing that. But I also the reason why I have a hard time believing that is more because of the emotional toll it takes. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you are so sweet.
I mean,
it's always cute.
I think that it's like, so it takes so much out of us to do it, right? Like, I don't know any woman that is out here just like saying, you know what, I want to put myself in a risky position in order to, sleep with some guy. Like, it's just not that. It's not that deep. I just don't see that.
You are so sweet. You really don't live in the same world that we live in. And maybe it's a good thing, probably what makes you a good wife, but almost all of your ideologies are like non-existent. Do you believe, let me ask you this, do you believe that women are agreeing to let 3 men at once pile up on them?
No. I don't.
So what do you think OnlyFans is about? You think that's one big community for Bible study?
I've never been on there, but I
Hold on, Miss Alexandra. Listen. So you don't think women are getting trains ran on them?
Personally, me?
No, I'm not talking
I
about
think
you.
so.
I'm talking about in society.
No, I don't think so. I don't see what benefit that they would get from that. Orgasms? Kind of orgasm? I don't know.
Some women are okay with that. Everybody's value on their punani. Everybody doesn't feel the way that you feel. Everybody doesn't feel the way that I feel, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Maybe you wouldn't do it, but we can't. I mean, come on. Are you a parent? Do you have any children?
I have 2 kids, yes.
Okay, so I really need you to start looking at statistics and numbers, because numbers don't lie. Because you're raising your children. What are their ages?
I have a 4 and a 6-year-old.
Okay. Yeah, and they're at the most impressionable times of their lives, which is so you. Even if it's not something that you would do, or maybe people close in your circle, you need to start looking and studying numbers and looking at, honey, listen to some of the music that's going on right now, because by the time your children become teenagers, it's going to be so much worse. It's not going to be no Pound Town. It's going to be so much worse. So you're going to have to pop that bubble and come out of it.
Well,
you're not going to be able to adequately defend your children.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're not going to be able to adequately defend your children if you don't change this mindset. But I believe I already have respect for your husband, so I believe he's actually, going to step in those cracks where you may allow them to fall through sometime. But I'm always torn in between when I talk to you, because you are as far as femininity levels, cooperativeness, and things like that, you are what most men would desire. But it's like the other 50% of your brain is not here on Earth. Like this stuff, it's not only happening, it's happening. You guys aren't paying attention when they say these songs. It goes down in the DMs. Listen, in your days,
I just think that most people
in your days, and in your days, in Miss Allie's days, in my days, women were able to say, "Oh, I sure wish I had access to Tom Cruise. I'll do this and this and that. Ooh, boy, if I knew how, I sure love to get into Jamie Foxx and da da da." Ma'am, they don't have to do that anymore. They do have access to them. Instagram is the #1 meeting place now, even for dating. People are dropping DMs. And if your girl, I'm going to tell you what men's #1 turn on is. The virgin fetish. We will date a woman who's on a scale of 1 to 10, a 5, if we hear she's not been touched and stuff. That's like virgin to us. We just, in our minds get to wandering like, well, I get up and that thing will be tight. It's very, very valuable to us. It's very important. So even our 20-year-olds are at danger. People are dropping into these DMs like, "Hey, cutie," and in a lot of cases, just due to financial status, masculinity, assertiveness that women are attracted to, in a lot of cases, your daughters would actually be, according to society, dumb not to respond to that DM.
I just don't see that happening. So first off, let me tell you this, okay? So for me, when I was 18, 19 years old, I lived in Los Angeles and I had access to these people. What I'm telling you is that most of the time, who you are does not change, right? And I think that the thing that I have a hard time understanding.
Hold on, you said who you are does not change?
Your moral values.
How do children of pastors end up the biggest dope fiends?
I think it's a lack of understanding and access to information as young children. Yes, I think that's part of why they feel like that.
Robert Downey Jr., ma'am. Do you know how privileged he grew up? Yet they say Iron Man brought him back. It was over for him due to the drug usage. Ma'am, you believe people don't you do change who you are. Even when somebody who's bad turns to God, we do significantly change. The Bible says, old things have passed away. Behold, all things have become new. You're a different individual.
Right, but we're talking about something that chemically changes you versus the decisions that you're making for yourself and who you are.
Well,
right?
people are inherently bad. Do you know that? We were born with sin in us. Do you know that?
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on. Did you know you don't have to teach a child to steal? You don't have to teach a child to be deceitful. Did you know that? They'll end up doing bull crap. They'll end up getting the little Debbies when you told them clearly not to. Do you know that?
I would call that pushing a boundary, but not.
You don't want to call it what it is.
I don't think that's what.
But listen, I want you to listen to something really quick, since you don't believe.
I'm trying to get my coochie stretched. I'm trying to get my coochie stretched and eat a nigga ass. Eat a nigga ass. We be eating niggas ass today in London.
This is a millionaire in London. I'm trying to get my coochie stretched and eat a nigga's asshole.
Right, but was she kidding? Like, I mean.
Oh my God. Hey, Miss Alexandra, me and you ain't gonna be able to keep doing this. What did your husband say about you?
I think he thinks.
If you were to get robbed, what did he say? If you were to get robbed, what did he say? You be the type to apologize to your.
Yes, he may. That's true.
Ma'am, you gotta stop this because your children are at danger. A man would find your level of naivety attractive because you're probably very, very attractive internally, but ma'am, it creates booby traps and sabotage for those children. If your man wasn't as assertive as he is,
of social awareness, I just like when it comes to like my environment and that kind of thing, right? I don't necessarily believe that all people are good. Don't believe that.
Most people are bad.
But I do believe this, is that most people do not want to harm themselves or others. I don't think that most people are walking around trying to do that. And I think that when we're talking about this, even with men, right? I don't think that black men are inherently bad. I think black men are inherently beautiful people that are amazing people. And so I think that when we're talking about having these conversations, like for me, like I'm not going to say that I think that black men are bad or scary or
ma'am, there are some terrible black men just like there are some terrible white. We were born into sin. Some people just decided to not resist the sin.
Right, but
ma'am, are you aware of what's going on out here?
Stacey, can I say something really quickly? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Because I'm going to jump off because respectfully, she's draining me more than even Tip did.
Sorry.
And let me just say this because I'm going to say it respectfully because that's the only way I know how to say it. I think that mostly everything you said is cap. I think that you are playing the role of being, it's not real. You got another side to you that's a beast.
Allie, no, she doesn't.
Right.
She's serious. I've had like multiple conversations with her.
Serious. I know she's serious, Stacey, respectfully, brother, but I know women. Okay. Just like there's things that you can tell me about men, and I would be like, Stacey, no, I've been knowing this guy, but you know men. This is just ridiculous.
What do you mean by a beast? What does that mean?
I can't, if you don't know what a beast is, my love, I can't help you with that.
Allie, I'll show you how transparent she is. Hold on, Alexander, hold on. I'll show you how transparent she is, Allie. She's so transparent.
I'm not saying she's not.
She's told us before of how far she'll go, to make sure she doesn't lose her husband. So I don't think a woman would divulge that level of intimacy. I'm telling you, Allie, some people, it's just delusion. It's not real. And listen, it's not even just her, Allie. You've heard what these other women have come on here and said.
Absolutely.
It's a place that they can take themselves to.
Yeah. So that ties into what I'm saying. Delusion is cap, even if it's all sweet and pretty and dressed up. It's no different than Pound Town and delusion is delusion. There's just different variations of it. And like I said, just it's really drained me. So I'm gonna jump off this live.
Hey, I don't follow many people, but I'm gonna follow Allie.
Thank you, Stacey. I appreciate you for letting me come in, and I'll join you next time.
I rock heavy with you. I rock heavy with you.
I find it interesting that women consistently feel as if, you know, and I think this is the thing that about like somebody that is like that is older, right? You might feel as if someone is not being their authentic self, whereas like women that are millennials and have like experience like with just the world, you know, other women that are women's women are not going to sit there and feel like as if someone is not being their authentic self. They're going to assume the best in people and then find a way to connect to that. Whereas someone who is finding a way to find negativity in things is always going to find that. And I think that's what's happening.
It's a misunderstanding because I know that that's how you really are. But I'm telling you this, Alexandria, it is very unbelievable. It's almost like we live on two different planets. So right. I think your husband probably finds great benefit in that and things of that nature of how you are. But out in society, you would get eaten alive. The greatest thing, listen, the greatest thing that happened to you was that man, ma'am, you would be in trouble. I'm telling you, you would be in trouble. And he'll tell you that. Because I have nothing but respect for you. I think you are what most men want, right? And for some reason, just the tidbits, I have respect for your husband, right?
I think he would say that well, okay, so let me stop there because yes, he is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me because without him, I wouldn't have my family, my children, and I love being around him. So I enjoy that part of things. Okay. But I don't think that I was just fine.
No. Listen, I'm going to throw something at you.
Okay.
Alexandria, if you guys separated right now, and he's a top earner, ma'am, he would lap you. Listen, yes. He would lap you in dating success.
That's okay.
He would lap you in dating success. Do you know what men would do to you, Alexandria?
I would be okay with
How can you? You don't live here. You are severely handicapped. You don't even think women are having unprotected sex. Okay, so here's what you would have to do. You would have to vow to never date again. A man would obliterate you. You don't even believe that women are having unprotected sex. Where are these kids coming from?
I don't know, but I think that for me, I would do what I always do, which is lead with what I believe in, and then.
But do you agree that your conversation, in the conversations that we've had, you have been leading with your intellect and who you are? Alexandria is terrible. It's like you really don't live on earth. Like, Alexandria, you don't believe women are letting 3 men climb on them. It's a very common occurrence.
When is that happening?
Oh my God.
When?
Alexandria, I've done it multiple times with my guys.
I don't think so. Okay.
Woo! Listen, let's do this. Fellas. Fellas, in the chat, give me a thumbs up if you and your fellas have ever went to town on one woman. Give me a thumbs up. Ma'am, watch this. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, see, that's what I'm telling you. You need to be praying. That man, look at these thumbs up. Some of them are putting 5 thumbs ups up. Look at this.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I just...
Listen, Alexandria, they're not requiring that men... Look, over here on YouTube. Somebody just put up 20 thumbs. Listen, Alexandria, where can these kids be coming from?
doing that if they're not using protection? I don't.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Listen, let me ask you this. The brothers over here on YouTube is thumb ups. Let me ask you this. How do people have children?
Sex.
What kind of sex? Protected or unprotected?
Unprotected sex, yeah.
Okay, so if 63% of our women are having multiple children by multiple men, that lets you know the rate at which they're having unprotected sex with multiple men. Listen, okay. I'm glad it's traumatizing to you.
In my head, the way that I would see it, right, is that women are having unprotected sex with boyfriends or relationships that they're in or that they're hopeful for. I don't know how.
Alexandra, you gonna make this work to where it's virtuous, ain't you? Hey, she said, well, in my head, they're having sex inside of a relationship. But yet, I've just played you, hold on, I've just played you a clip of a 25-year-old who says there's nothing I can do with your love. Do you have money or not? Do you take bitches out of town or not? Ma'am, that was a 25-year-old. Then we have a multimillionaire who came on here and said, I just want to eat a nigga's asshole. Yeah, listen, the greatest thing that, listen, Alexandria, I know you won't lose him because to me, you're a pretty dope woman. But if we were to break this down in a hypothetical, you would be in a world of trouble. And he knows it too. He knows it. That's why he protects you like he does. If he was in a relationship with another woman, that man would be concerned with you probably 24 hours a day.
You think so?
I know it. You told me some of the things he said. You told me that he said before, she's the type, if she were to get robbed, she would apologize to the robber for having to rob her.
Well,
listen, you got to. I know your husband is doing his job on that, and that's a good thing because you're not really equipped to defend those children with the information that will protect them and save their lives as it pertains.
But this is the thing. I personally think, okay, there's a difference between, to me, I think that most people I meet, I can find something to connect with them about, most people, because I like meeting people, and I think people are mostly good people. Mostly good. Mostly.
Do you know, listen, I can't say the word, but let's just say it like this.
Okay.
People who are selling things from state to state, right? Ma'am, do you know that they're doing children like that on a massive scale? Not just children, ma'am. Adult women like you. They're advising women like you when you go grocery shopping. Ma'am, why do you believe people are so great?
I mean, I do know that that's happening. That's why
it's a large scale. Do you know how terrified people are for that Epstein list to come out? Ma'am, it's the people who you respect. They're doing atrocious things.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that that's a risk, but I think that I do believe that that's a smaller majority of people than there is bad. I just don't see that happening with the majority of people. I just don't. I think so. Just like I believe that most Black men are great people, I do, because the majority of Black men I know are great people.
Hold on, tell me what you said. You said you believe most Black men are great people?
Yes.
Okay, I will say the people who are tearing society apart, it is a smaller percentage, right?
Yes.
But what is happening? It's a large percentage of the whole percentage. I just open your eyes. You know what the cool thing? You know how we get props in the Black neighborhood? My nigga ain't no punk. He'll pop that thing. He'll take a nigga life. It's cool. Guess what about the women? Body count don't matter. Right? Ma'am, you are in the abyss of the coming of Jesus Christ. The Bible says, enter ye in at the straight gate. For narrow is the path that leads to life, and wide is the gate that leads unto destruction. When it talks about narrow is the path that leads unto life, it says, and few there will be that find it. Which lets you know there's way more bad people than there are good. The Bible says few will be that find the path to everlasting life afterwards. So that means way more people are going to be punished than good. Punished for what? Being bad people. Do you know what's happening on a daily basis? Do you know what's happening in these DMs? They made a song about it. It goes down in the DMs.
I just...
Ma'am, these girls are not girls. These girls are monsters. Cardi B has already admitted that she used to drop a couple of pills in a man's drink and then once he knock out, go in his pockets. Look, she's like, I don't want to believe it though. It's all good. Hey, but I guess you're in a decent predicament because you have a man who's going to, my only concern would be if you were a single parent mom, I'd be very concerned. But
I will say this. Okay, so personally live. So my one of my good girlfriends is next door to me, right? And lives in the house next door to me.
Hey, listen, I'm going to let you go ahead. But before I forget this, I want you to do this. Your girlfriend, I want you to run some of our conversations about her and see what she says. But go ahead.
She's a great mom, and she's a great person, but she's focused on her children. And I think most women would do the same thing. Like, they're focused on their kids, they're focused on their family. They're not focused.
Well, how are these kids turning out so bad?
I don't think the majority. I just don't.
Oh my God, Miss Alexandria, it's not what you think it is. It's like, I enjoy when you come on the show, but we live in two separate worlds. You live in a world that I've never heard of from any other woman to come on the show. Kay, what you up to? Where you at?
Yeah. I really hope that.
Okay, I'm finna hit you. The show about to end. I'm finna hit you in 5 minutes.
That's so sad. That's a sad way to look at life.
I mean, even inside of the areas that you lack in, I find that you're still a pleasant person. So, and you're going to studies show that what a person is doing at the age of 30 is typically what they're going to be doing for the rest of their life. So you're stuck with who you are, and you're not a bad person. So it's not somebody to be. Your only detriment would be if you didn't have your husband, like, because the caliber man he is, it would, ma'am, you would be in a lot of trouble without him.
I would not. I'd be okay. I'll be fine.
Lord have mercy. You would have to vow to never date again. Do you know how many men, listen, let's do this. I'm not even going to do that. But do you know how many men, bad men, wish they had access to a woman like you?
I mean, I just wouldn't. I think here's the thing.
And Miss Alexandria, a man's not going to come up to you and say, hey, I'm glad you find me cute. By the way, I'm a bad man. That's not going to happen.
That's true. Yes. But I think that, yes, that's true. But I also think that, like, it's when you're talking to someone, hopefully you get to know them before you go on a date with them. You're not just going on dates with them.
So you think when you go on the date, they say, hey, I just wanted to let you know my goal is to, eventually get you sprung with the D, or do all of the things that can get you attached to me, and then have you sign your name on this card.
But you ask probing questions so that you get to know that person. You get to understand who they are before you.
So you think that women aren't asking men questions? You think that people aren't capable of really presenting a falsehood?
I hope that they're asking very probing questions before they're going out with somebody.
Oh my God, you are so sweet.
I think it's important. It's safe for you to understand who the person is. Otherwise, you shouldn't waste their time, and you don't want to waste your own time.
Listen, my brother just said, Alex is a sweetheart. She's just too sweet.
I
Do you know what we would do with a woman like you, ma'am? Your name would be on all kinds of things. Hey, babe, listen, I'm about to listen. I don't know what it's about. Somebody just, I need 10,000 or I need, ma'am, you are not equipped for this world. You are not. I'm going to be honest. I've never in my life encountered a woman like you.
My brother just sent me a text saying, my brother's watching apparently, but he said, he just sent me a text saying, like, he was like, well, do you remember the time that you were almost in a credit card scheme?
This is what I'm telling you.
So the story behind this was
you already told me the story. I remember.
I went home and I told my dad, I was like, Dad, I think I like one of my friends told me, and I told my dad. My dad was like,
but you know, I think there is no cause for concern because you have a good man next to you. Which I'm going to say this to all of you ladies. We're going to jump back to. I need 2 ladies to come up. I'm going to say this. For those of you who always like to refute when I say how essential it is for a woman to be attached to a man, even those of you women who don't like me, those of you who are delusional, you saw this today. And in your hearts of hearts, you know what men would do to her. You know. And it would be easy. It would be relatively easy. I'm telling you how I would manipulate you. If there was, I don't know. Let me see. Let's say I wanted to get 5K out of you. I wouldn't ask for it for about 2 months, right? Throughout those 2 months of me and you dating, whenever certain shows would come on, I would make statements like, how the hell is he going to lie to this woman? See, this is what the stuff that gets up under my skin. I would say all of the things that associate me with being the caliber of man who has great levels of disdain for lewd behavior, dishonesty, and you're going to feed into that on me. All the way to the second month when I'm about to ask for that money, you will already have deemed me to be an honorable man. He's likely going to pay me back because he got to be a good guy because when we watch these movies, he can't stand men who are of the lower function. Alexandria, you would definitely fall for it. You would definitely fall for it.
I mean,
did you hear what your brother just said to you?
I mean, but but that's a me thing. That's not like a woman thing.
No, it's definitely not a woman thing. You are very rare. I've never heard. I've had hundreds of women up here. No one has ever. Alexandria, it's really like you live on a planet different from us.
I do. I think most people are good. Most people.
Listen, let me ask you this. Does your husband kind of monitor where you're going and things like that?
Yes.
I know he does. And you don't want to admit why I know he does. That man is fearful of you. Like, he knows what could befall you. And it would be so easy.
I'm a small person, so I think he's worried about because I'm small. But
look, somebody else said he knows. Yes. Men on here, they know. Men on here, if I asked them to, they could go into details of the type of dangers you're prone to.
My brother said we're all worried.
Listen. Listen, I will say this, though. I will definitely say this. Fellas, give me a thumbs up. Even with this emotional handicap, give me a thumbs up of the men who would still prefer to have a woman like Miss Alexandria over modern women. Give me a thumbs up.
I feel like I'm definitely a modern woman, though. I would say that because I feel like I am.
Ma'am, you don't even have the equipment to be a modern woman.
I am.
Oh, my God.
I am. Well...
You are not a modern woman. You are too soft to be a modern woman, ma'am. You know what a modern woman is? A modern woman separates herself. What did you just say?
I do.
Did you just say you believe you're more masculine than feminine?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Alexandria, are you trolling me?
No, I'm serious.
Alexandria.
I do. I feel like this.
Listen, hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this to you so you can understand it. You do not have the size of a teardrop of testosterone in your entire DNA. You don't have a defense mechanism in your existence.
Well,
I think you would pass out, like literally, like pass out if you tried to yell at someone.
I don't know about that, but
the fact that you said you don't know about it means I'm in the ballpark.
So it depends on what it is, but like for the most part, like I'm not very like I'm pretty open-minded. When it comes to most things, I can think about them in a way that like I don't get too emotional about many things when it comes to like the way like thinking through problems. I can pretty much understand many things, so like I'm not very emotional in that respect.
Look,
I'm not.
Somebody,
When it comes to kids and things
somebody
like that,
said what they say. Bless her, Lord Jesus.
what? It's true.
Alexandria, listen. I didn't get around to it. This one I am gonna clip it and post it. I think you need to see yourself. It's not real. Most of your conversations are literally not real and don't take place on this planet we live on. People aren't walking around. Yeah.
I don't see how.
Alexandria, you don't believe women are having unprotected.
I don't think the majority of women are out here just like sleeping with Tom, Dick, and Harry and like just going ham. No. I think that they're in relationship. Maybe they're in like a boyfriend girlfriend thing, and you know, I don't think they're having one night stand.
So if what you're saying is true, you are aware that there is a movement where women are saying they don't need a man and aren't dating men, even the gay community. Not only that, these women are still getting listen, even women who are gay are still have people that they go back and get bust down with. Hey, like they said, bless her heart. I appreciate you coming up. Listen, we're gonna do this again. I gotta lock this live down so that they don't kill our footage. Hey, listen, people, I'm about to knock the show down, but I'm gonna come right back up. For those of you, I gotta get back to my YouTube people. They are my main supporters, and yeah, so I gotta focus on them. We're gonna do this again, though. Trauma. Yes, I'm traumatized a tad bit. But I will say this. I do believe that most people would prefer to have someone like Miss Alexandria rocking with them than what we're dealing with and what we're experiencing. I'm actually certain of it. I don't know what was wrong with me today, people. For some reason, I couldn't focus on the show and on I don't know what was wrong with me today. So I have to shout out my YouTube people for putting up with my shenanigans today. People who rock with me and support me more than anybody else. My thousand apologies. I'm going to read some of these comments. Said it's buffering. My brother K Cash in this situation. Subscribe to the YouTube, brother. Subscribe to the YouTube. But listen. Where's it at? Both of my phones are overloaded on storage. This is crazy. Listen, we're going to get back to the topic of the show. Those of you who are on YouTube, you won't get to see the clips. Topic of today's show. These types of women get piped, not wifed. Yes, I'm talking about these type of women. These type of women, they get piped, not wifed. And all of you know it. What we're talking about, people, we don't like the way you look. And you can say it doesn't matter what we think. My brother Jay Prophet, come on, rock over here with us on YouTube. Shout out to my brother Joe over here with the super chat. Salute, salute, my brother. And shout out to all of my brothers and sisters. My brother ZF with the super chat. ZF again with the super chat. My brother Tony with the super chat. Joe with the super chat. That's what I'm talking about. I rock crazy with you guys, and you know this. Listen, what we're talking about, people, not only do we not like the way you look, we won't tolerate it. It's already been proven as a fact. We don't wife that. We don't wife that. Those of you who are caked in makeup, those of you who have the crazy, outrageous long eyelashes, the Freddy Krueger nails, you know what I'm talking about, right? Those of you who dress like something that just escaped from some type of mental strip club, right? We don't wife you, we pipe you. And you know it. You know it. Because it's what you've been experiencing from us. And for those of you who want to say, we don't care if you like how we dress. Hey, it's fine with us. Men have a smorgasbord of women to pick from. We have a smorgasbord of women to pick from. Those of you who play the games that you have time to keep playing, you don't. And I'm going to prove it to you. Women like these women here, again, those of you she said, but when you were on Princella podcast, Princella, I've never been on nobody like that podcast. You said most men were not like that? You probably have the wrong person. Princella. I haven't been on any women's podcasts. For those of you who would say, we don't care what you guys think about us, I'm about to help all of you ladies out significantly. If you haven't listened to any of my show ever, listen right now. Turbulence, people. Ladies, the shape that your moms are in, the shape that your aunties are in, the shape that your older sisters are in, listen, they can't tell you that the trap that you're stepping your foot in right now is one that decapitated them already. A lot of you have women in your life who it's over for them. They'll never get married, and all of the hardships that take place throughout life, your people are dealing with those hardships by themselves, which is what is leading to them to be bitter, broken women. Because life is tough, life is rough, and the pressure that comes with life can even buckle a man's kneecap enough to make him. That's how tough life is. Yet you are opting to deal with life's pressures by yourself. But here's why you're able to do it. Because those of you ladies who are playing this game right now, I don't have to get serious right now. You're younger. And the reason that the reason that you believe you can say that is because you're still getting the attention from men, things of that nature. Some of them are even taking you shopping. But your moms and your aunties didn't tell you. A day appears out of nowhere like this. A day appears where you're no longer that valuable on the sexual market. A day appears where you didn't notice it that day, you noticed over time. I don't get the cat calls like I used to get. You didn't notice The men who used to swing through, to hit that, and maybe, I don't know, he might even have paid a couple of bills. You didn't notice that you guys lost touch with each other. You know why? Because he's dealing with the younger version of what you were to him. You were the younger version of what they were getting from your moms. And eventually you turned into the role that your mom had. There's going to be another 29-year-old that's going to replace you. Listen, I'm 23. It's pressure out here. You guys have no idea what it's like to be 45, have gotten diagnosed with diabetes, and they may have had to cut 3 toes off, and you have to deal with these things by yourself. You guys have no idea to be diagnosed with cancer and have to deal with that by yourself. Here's the crazy part. Listen, a woman who gets diagnosed, don't you fix your mindset to believe then that you're going to get a man to assist you in life. No man in his good mind is walking into a situation like that. It's actually too scary for most men. He's thinking, I'm going to have to change her diaper. He's thinking all kinds of things. What you had better do, listen, and let's be real if we're going to be real. Turbulence, people. Most of you were born average looking or below average looking, right? You ladies have to fight even harder to secure somebody because the odds are against you. Men are coming through to smash you. Yes, there's no doubt about that. They're coming through to smash you, but no one is committing to being that life role, that life partner for you when things get absolutely tougher on your shoulders than you've ever experienced them. When you go into that shower and you start crying when no one's watching, because all of the major decisions that you are having to make. Listen, I want to address this. And I'm going to pull the stats up before I do. We'll pull the stats up. Miss Sprinkle, come talk to me. She said I'm in bed. So she said, shout out to my day one V Nizzle in this situation. There's women who have been saying this all over social media. It's more black men in nursing homes than women. Let me turn this down. I want all of you ladies to stop saying that after this. .4% of nursing home residents are men. Is 35% more or less than the majority? You guys got to stop going to other people's pages and regurgitating what they're telling you. There's even a double stat up under this that goes to show that it even doubles as it that means that just 35.4% of nursing home residents are men. That ratio is similar to the ratio of male to female assisted living residents as well, whereas 70.6% are women, 29.4% are men. You guys got to stop going to these women's pages and listening to what. And this woman just said, no, sir. You people are broken, beyond broken. We can show you guys the stats, and you continue to want to believe what you want to believe. Have at it, ma'am. Have at it. See, because what we know, you don't know a man in his right mind who doesn't have some sort of addiction, who can't go get married in 30 days. It's crazy that you guys think this. Yes, ma'am, women do outlive men. See, we're not liars like you. I can own up to that. But guess why women outlive men? Because we take on the harsher tasks of life. Most of you have administrative jobs and government jobs, majority of you. Guess what we do? We fix buildings that break. We fix bridges and dams. We're out on ships, right? For 7 months at a time, fighting waves, right? We're in your military. We're doing all of the things that you think you're too prissy to do. And listen, men are okay that we die sooner than you, as long as we come here and we serve the purpose that the Lord our God, Jehovah, has ordained for us to serve. Because listen, let's get it straight. We die, people. Death is not bad if you came here and you fulfilled your purpose. Hey, see, K Cash, that is what she said. You guys got to stop speaking in terms of, well, I work in a nursing home and I see mostly men. Did you know that there were more nursing homes in the United States than the one you work at? This woman called me bitter, but she won't come up. I'll go to her page. I want to see what she looks like. I already know where this is going to go. How am I bitter? I have beautiful women at my effing disposal. You're crazy. My life is amazing. I thank the Lord my God Almighty every day for this life that I live. You are crazy. The fact that you suggest you see any bitterness in me, there's something broken about you. Hey, shout out to my brother Joel up in this situation, kicking us off with a... He said, I'm not telling you that you can't do a damn thing. You can act however you want to act. You can get the outcome that you get. The late, great Kevin Samuels. And I want to say this to you ladies. You know what's really, really crazy? We're up here trying to speak to you very cordially, very respectfully, to give you information you otherwise would not have, and you have lewd comments to shoot back our way. I just showed this woman stats, and she said no. That is how detrimental it is that you ladies have a man in your life. Because those of you who have a man in your life, he wouldn't allow you to proceed on with this level of foolishness. He wouldn't allow it. You know why? Because if you're married, your foolishness puts foolishness on his brand, which is his last name. It always strikes us as crazy that you guys will be in the comments, oh, he's crazy, this and that. But when I push that button, you won't come up. We know why you won't come up. Because the truth is, you know the information is accurate. It just goes against the things that you want to do that are bad for you, that you've gotten addicted to. That's what it is. Cat's new life up in this situation, my girl.
On you again.
You said you don't appreciate the way I disconnected you?
I sure did not.
What type of man would I be if I allowed you to come up here and show me lack of respect that I know I deserve? And that
I wasn't trying to disrespect you.
You see how you're doing it again? You don't even know you're doing it again. Do you believe that you just interrupted me? You don't even see it. You don't even see it.
I don't.
You've gotten so used to it that it is a norm for you. And it's very disrespectful. Here's what I do know. Ma'am, you're not even attracted to the type of man who would allow you to do that. Can we agree on that?
I'm not attracted to the man that will let me do that? Is that what you just said?
You are not attracted to the caliber of man who would let you walk over him. Can we agree to that?
I don't walk over men.
So what do you call it, man, when you interrupt a man when he's talking? Persistently.
Well,
It wasn't persistently. It wasn't consistently. It was, I had to tell you what I initially said in the beginning. Because you called me up here, which I appreciate, and I wanted to let you know what you did that I think was wrong. Especially when I was in the middle of saying something on your panel that you invited me to.
Ma'am, you're consistently saying something, though.
In the midst of saying it. So that's wrong. That's a double negative already. How you going to invite me somewhere and then won't let me even speak about the thing that
well, no one thinks that when they invite you up.
Cut me off.
No one thinks that when they invite you up, ma'am, like you talk a great deal of, you talk a lot. Did you know that?
That's very necessary for me to talk. I have things to say. Now, I will say this, and it's very necessary also. The person I used to be didn't get the opportunity to speak and say how I felt about a lot of things growing up. So now me being a full-fledged adult, I feel the need to say what I need to say because I have to have my voice. It's very necessary. You can have yours, I can have mine. You're no different than me. But you're not going to degrade me or lower my opinion because you want to go ahead and voice yours. You know what I'm saying? If I got the opportunity to come up here, if you push that button to give me the opportunity to say, okay, let's see what she got to say, and I get to saying it, don't cut me off because of something you didn't want to hear. That's not cool. I'm gonna give you the same respect you give me, but you gonna let me finish my sentence like I will let you finish yours. Now I'm done.
I find it very odd that you would come up on my platform telling me what I am going to do. See, and that's why people label it as black women, because we don't think you know what you're doing. You are making masculine statements like you're going to dominate me in some form. And it's bad, man. It's really bad. Because what you're not going to do, you're going to let me speak my... Ma'am, I don't have to let you do nothing. It's actually very unattractive for you to be speaking like that.
That's the thing. You're not going to tell me what I am. That's your opinion. That's your view.
Look, B Nizzle said, on my platform. I just told this woman how inappropriate it was for her to be up here telling me what I am and aren't going to do. And she turned around and did it again.
Can't believe you say no funky shit like that.
Next time you hear grown folks talking, shut the fuck up, here.
You fucking crazy, man. You sound insane.
Okay, now we can go on. Sower of seeds in this situation. Listen, a brother Saeed said, no man wants that shit. That is factual. That's factual. Miss Shabby in this situation. I mean, brother Shabby. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. Tell her to go talk to her man right after that nut is... The infamous, you guys know what it is. The infamous belt buckle jingle. For those of you who don't know what we refer to as the infamous belt buckle jingle, it is a woman who is so low in value, a woman who is so unpleasant to be around, that when we have sex with them, the moment we get our gratification and we release, the first thing that woman hears is the infamous belt buckle jingle, signaling our exit. See, here's what you ladies need to understand. You have to have something outside of sex to keep a man around, because sex is a very small portion of the dynamic of the relationship. Now, if after sex, I can't talk to you, enjoy you, have things that we agree upon, things of that nature, I'm simply coming through and busting that thing open whenever 5 of my other chicks were doing something and they couldn't accommodate me. And the moment I bust you open, the infamous belt buckle jingle, signaling my exit. A lot of you ladies know what I'm talking about. Well, I'll say the unpleasant women. The women who are unpleasant, you don't want to admit it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You have a rotation of men who, after they do what they do with you, they never just put their arm around your neck and fall asleep with you. They never put their arm around you, babe. Let's watch a movie. Um, they never say, "Hey, early in the morning, sex." They never say afterwards. They never say, "Let's go grab something to eat." They never walk out in public with you holding hands or any of those things. That, ladies, is a woman who is familiar with the infamous belt buckle jingle. And you deserve it. And you deserve it. Somebody say this brother been hurt. Okie dokie. Miss Kathy.
Yes.
Tell me how your night is going.
Okay, I'm coming in late. I just heard the exchange between
Yeah, hold on. Tell me how your night's going.
Pardon me?
Tell me how your night's going.
Oh, it's going well. I was just sitting here, before I just go to sleep, and I ran into your live.
Talk to me. What do you disagree with about my content? Talk to me.
Well, I came in. I came in with the woman who was addressing something of the other. But I want to say this about words, and for your audience or whatever. If we have to be careful. And right now, I'm speaking to women, but this goes to men too, though. Okay, so I'm going to say kind of vice versa.
Talk to me.
Addressing women. And that particular woman. Let's do that. Okay. We kind of have to be careful when it comes to words, because there's a thing that's in our nature called pride. And when our words are constructed you can construct your words in a way that can cause pride to rise in that man or the other person. Doesn't have to be a man or whatever. Okay. That can cause pride to rise in that person, at which point they're not going to listen to anything you got to say, okay?
Right.
Because now their pride is involved. And so that's why it's important that we are very selective with our words, that we use wisdom with our words, because we can say the same thing in terms of the content of what we're trying to relay. But if we say it using wisdom, and if we say it, with the right intention, then we won't incite pride on the other end with that man. And then therefore, that exchange would be totally different. So as I was listening to the comment or what she was saying, as I was sitting over here, I knew that you weren't going to listen or respond positively, because the words and the manner in which they were spoken was going to incite your pride. And so therefore, and pride is a very intense emotion if it's
All right, I need you to make it concise though, so let me ask you this: what action of mine, and I need you to give me an example of, based on what you experienced and what you saw, what action of mine led you to believe my pride was being activated?
Just from the energy that came back to her.
So it wasn't anything that I did or said, because we have to be careful thinking we can read people's energy. You know what I mean? There was one woman who came up here, and I think I did something like this.
Well, I'm not saying that you did anything. I didn't say you did anything wrong. I said many times if if she's not careful with her words, then she is putting that man in a position where it's an issue of his pride then. And so therefore, she's not going to get the result that she was looking for, because now he's dealing with his pride, and he's certain that he's just not going, like for example, if you telling a man, you're not gonna do, and you're not, or whatever, well then he's probably gonna turn around and do exactly what you say he's not gonna do, because now it's the issue of his pride, because then he doesn't want to necessarily, well, I don't want to go into all that, but the point that I'm making is that if you want to get a positive result, then you have to speak using words of wisdom, because wisdom produces a positive result. And so, and that's all I'm saying. So I just think that sometimes as women, we have to be careful. We just can't be talking to men, and you're not gonna let, and you're not gonna, and what you're not gonna do, and this and that. You're not gonna get a positive result out of that man. It's just
I
plain
think
and simple.
this. I think men or women are very, 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 very different. But I think the only people who don't know that is women. Like, we look at you guys a certain way. Like, we kind of have to protect you even mentally. I don't know how long you were watching. Were you watching when I flipped the screen around and showed the woman who worked in a nursing home the stats on how many men are in nursing home versus women? She still wouldn't receive it.
No, I had just, when I came on, she was speaking.
She still wouldn't receive it, even though I flipped the phone around. And see, we cuddle you guys like we have to. Maybe not you, because you seem to have a pleasant energy about you. But listen, ma'am, most women in the African American community are very difficult to deal with. There's look in the comments if you don't believe me. We can be up here showing stats and things of that nature. Do you know the names we're getting called? What type of adult is calling people names? Do you see what I'm saying? But here's what we never see. What we never see, and I don't even want to say this. What we never see, we don't see Asian women in those comments doing that. We don't see Latino. Just look in the comments. If you don't believe me, go to those comments. You can press on their profiles. It's going to be black women, ma'am. Even to the extent of wishing that I'm no longer alive. It will be black women, ma'am. So what we've learned to do, we've learned to talk to you guys like babies. You know what I mean? Like, we understand that you're not going to understand certain things. A lot of these concepts that we spew out up here, ma'am, they're relatively elementary. They're very, very simple. When we say that there must be a large amount of African American women having unprotected sex, and someone says, no, it's not. What makes you think that? Well, how is it we're having 5 times the abortion rate of any other group, right? How is it that 46% of the children are calling the wrong man dad, the dad doesn't know it, and the son doesn't know it? So, ma'am, this is clear. These are numbers. In order for both of those things to happen, it has to be unprotected sex. But our women hear what they want to hear. And I understand what you were saying when you said even men or women, if you don't push it out there with words of wisdom. I'll say this. I don't believe it's our job to make sure they get it. My cousin used to have a saying about hard-headed people. He would say, F them, let them die dumb. Like, I'm doing my job. I spend hours researching this information to make sure that my information is accurate and has the ability to impact somebody's life positively, right? But what am I going to do to someone who says, no, it ain't, it's more men in nursing homes? What am I going to do when I turn the phone around and show them and they still want it here? I read a book one time that said, a man on a journey, if he stops and throws a rock at every dog that barks at him, shall never reach his destination. So, ma'am, what we do is, after we find out you're one of those types, we'll just boot you off and hope that there's a mass of other women who can adhere to the information.
And you were saying, you said it was more men or women in the nursing homes. I missed it.
I didn't say it.
It's
35.4% of nursing home residents are men. 35% is not the majority. It's the minority.
Okay.
This ratio is similar to the ratio of male and female assisted living residents as well, whereas 70.6% are women and 29.4% are men. Like, I didn't say it. These are the stats. And what our women continue to do.
I'll be through. I did want to, when you were talking about the women having unprotected sex, I think I would like to kind of add on to that and kind of change it just a little bit.
Talk to me. I need you to make it concise, though. I got two other people up here.
Okay, and just change it just a little bit. That our men and women are having unprotected sex as opposed to our women, so that we can kind of, I say keep it
Got 'em.
balanced because I think
We fucking got them.
So here's what you're doing, ma'am. You're asking me to utilize my own personal opinion to alter factual reality. Think about this. You just said this. You said, so keep it a little bit fair. Ma'am, it's not up to me and you to keep it fair. We go off of the information. Ma'am, our women, 80% of our children are born by the lower functioning and in a lot of cases illiterate 20% of black men, ma'am. So listen, 33% of men in the nation are virgins, ma'am. Men aren't doing what women are doing. What's going on is African American women are sleeping with the same men. And here's what I want you to do when you get off of me. You don't have to do any significant research. You can just Google this up. There are men, even go to Ayanna Fix My Life. There are situations where one man is responsible for 30 children, ma'am. You guys are sleeping with the same men and the same caliber of men. They're not even interested in the guy who is a scientist or anything. They've come on the show and said it, ma'am. They've said things like, don't nobody want that. Girl, he trying to get us to settle. Because I would tell them that their life outcomes would be more positively impact by dating someone who is a productive member of society, someone in science and technology, someone who is an endodontist, someone who is a dentist. You know what they told me? Girl, boo, let's go. He trying to get us to settle. This is the mentality, ma'am. Listen, they even have a thing. Get on TikTok with this right now. They're saying, even the young girls, if he doesn't carry one of these, I'm not with it. Ma'am, you come from a different time where women were wholesome, where women were very high in value, where men would remove another man's from this planet about a woman. Ma'am, these women today are so low in value, men are petitioning them, hey, babe, I only asked you this once, but I got two of my homeboys I want to come in the bedroom with us. Do you know how low in value a woman has to be in order for a man to request that of her? Yeah. Ma'am, 46% of the children in the black community are calling the wrong man dad. And the mom still won't tell the truth. Kanye West is a victim of it. We're seeing a lot of this. As DNA testing has become more prevalent, ma'am, I'm telling you, almost half. 46 is only 4 away from half. Ma'am, half of our children have been lied to about who their real dad is. The child has been lied to, and the dad has. Women are dipping out and going having sex with other men, strategically waiting a month, coming back to their guy and saying, babe, we're pregnant. But she knows it's not his baby. What you're dealing with that you can't understand because you don't come from it, you're dealing with the lowest quality of women the African American community has ever produced. Listen, ma'am, in Brooklyn, they're walking up to each other, getting out of cars, pulling the trigger to each other's heads, slashing each other in the face, getting into fights with airport attendees. Like, it's just different from what you remember. It's different from what you know it's supposed to be. So how do you think men are responding? We weren't told we were going to date women like this. Our grandfathers, our dads, and our uncles told us that we were supposed to die for women if it was necessary. They told us the woman was supposed to be a virtue. They told us that we were supposed to get her picket white fences. Ma'am, these women are coming out and telling us there's nothing I can do with your love. Can you pay my bills? I don't want no relationship. I want a man. Can you take me shopping for the? And she's willing to give up her body for that. So we're dealing with a whole different caliber of women now. Give me a second, Bex.
Hi, how are you, sir?
My life is amazing. Tell me how your night is going.
My night is very blessed and fantastic.
That's what I'm talking about. Tell me what you've heard of my ideologies, my viewpoints, and my content that is wrong or not true.
Okay, so as someone who was raised in Uganda.
Okay, but hold on. I want to put this out there. We don't ever, if you're about to do it, we don't speak in isolated incidences of, the people in your family. We speak in the broad generalization of what's going on in our community as a whole. But go ahead.
Yes, so as someone who was raised somewhere else and coming, it's when you look at, when you say that the way I got here when you were talking about the comment section, you said read the comment section and see that the people who are making comments like these and being mean are Black women. And as someone who has moved from somewhere else and come here, one, I am trying to figure out what is the trigger. Because there is a defensive mechanism of women when we get here. When you tell a woman anything, the first thing we're going to think is to defend ourselves. And most of the time, we are not listening. In many situations, jobs everywhere. As Black women, most of the time, we don't listen. We speak for the sake of speaking.
I can acknowledge that. But here's what you don't see, ma'am. Here's what you don't see. When you guys disagree with men and things like that, I want you to go to those comments right now. Ma'am, you won't see men down their name calling and things. You know it. We don't do it. It's not in our nature. Go look.
Saying it's not true. So yeah, it's not everyone is like that. I'm not generalizing. So, and the other thing is, I will give an example. We don't want better because every day, let's say you're using TikTok, you're going to see different types of men. Let's say you're a single mom of one child and you got one child from this kind of man, a type of man. Why are you trying to still find the same man? Pants hanging low on their pants, they're busy working the streets, and you're still looking for the same type of man. Your mom was a single mom with 6 kids from 6 different men, and you're walking the same path. Why are you doing the same thing over and over again when you know it's not going to give you different results?
And see, if you being a woman can acknowledge that, can you imagine how that's affecting men? We really, really, really don't understand it. There's a woman who came up here and tried to justify having 3 children by 3 different men. And when I told her the stats about how those children are going to be impacted about it, that's when the defense mechanism kicks in and they want to find ways to justify it or make it seem more right than it really is. And we can't deal with women like that. And you said so yourself, most of our women are like that. And men don't want women like that. Okay, so we got somebody who said, so teach our men how to be a man and not blame a woman. Those same men who are doing that thing that you says is not right, those same men who are not being men, you're creating them. How come you don't understand that? Those men who are displaying and demonstrating those levels of dysfunction of not being a man, they're that way because you keep having them without a dad. It's crazy to us you don't understand that.
And what I would like to see in our culture, and I'm just speaking in our culture, I would love to see where the women will, teach our young girls, teach our young girls really the downside of having, children out of wedlock, especially when they're so young. Because a lot of times, this kind of thing happens, before the age of 30. I'm guessing that's the case, because usually if a woman waits until she's 30, she's got a little bit more kind of, sense about
Not
her.
in the black
And it's
community,
a
ma'am.
little
Not
bit
in the
more.
black community. Like, if you were on my YouTube right now, I could pull up some clips. Our women at 55-year-olds are still trying to party. We don't have we don't have grandmothers anymore. I did a whole show about it.
But I'll extend that out a little bit then, as far as having, multiple babies by different daddies and all that. Because I mean, let's face it, I will say that, we can be stuck on stupid in our 20s. So, but I'll say this, and I think that we need to teach our daughters better so that they can understand that she's going to get, the short end of the stick when it boils down to it, because she's going to really be the one left raising those children.
Okay, hold on. I need to challenge. Hold on. I got to challenge that. So you just made a point that black men, we've been knowing this for the longest. But ma'am, how can people who both of you ladies have admitted are unreasonable and can't be told anything, how can that woman one day get the epiphany, I need to teach my daughter the right way to do it? You saw yourself how difficult it is for us to push factual information off the internet to these women. They're not going to do it, man. And to be honest, it's over. Hold on.
I'm being idealistic.
Well, we can't be idealistic. We have to move along the confines of reality. The reality is, it is over for the black community. We're not going to recover from this.
Okay, but let me finish.
Well, ma'am, you drag out. You're very long-winded. You know what I mean?
I'm long-winded. Okay, I'll shorten it out. So I would like to see that, but I also would like to see the African American male, the responsible male, catch those boys young as well, to help them understand, what they're doing, the role that they're playing in the mess as well.
Okay, but hold on, ma'am. I think you're not getting what I'm saying. So I'm going to put it to you like this. Let's say that I'm a woman. I have 3 children by 3 different men. 3 of them are boys. They're broken. Man, we can't expect those 3 broken boys to grow up and mentor other broken boys. You guys keep on pushing out broken human beings.
I'm speaking of the men now, the ones that are here right now. For example, someone your age, or whatever. Somehow, I would love to see that, where there will be these younger boy generation that's coming up, that there would be someone or somebody that will, talk to these young men or something. I guess I'm being, like I said, I could be just being idealistic.
Yeah, ma'am, I don't even really like having conversations like this, because it's really not real. This is not a reality. So let me say this to you, ma'am. Imagine a group of termites, a mama termite and a father termite. They live in a wooden house, ma'am, but they won't have sex, and they keep having more and more baby termites. They're destroying their own homes, ma'am. They're creating things that eat wood. So if we keep creating something that eats wood, we're not going to have a house, ma'am. We keep creating the very people who are removing black men from the planet. We can't talk about teaching anything until we stop having the things that are the detriment. Because the people who, there was a gang, an ex-gang member who was an activist out here in Watts. I think he used to host food giveaway for the church. He's a pastor now. He used to be an ex-gang member. He was an advocate for the kids. Ma'am, they took his life. Until we stop having the thing that is taking lives.
I agree with you. In fact, I love your terminology, because you're saying we keep creating, and I think that is the key, because it is a we. It's both that woman and that the man as well.
No, it's not, ma'am. It's women. You're having sex with the Listen, 80% of our children are created by the lower functioning 20% of unemployed, dysfunctional, and in most cases illiterate men, ma'am. They won't leave the pool of broken men alone. 54% of African American men live a lifestyle of middle class or higher. 36% of African American men are married. The men who have their lives together, the women aren't attracted to them, man. They call them lames. How can you have 3 children by the same caliber of man? None of them have a job. All of them sag their pants. All of them smoke weed all day. This is a you thing. This is a her thing. Because, ma'am, the sad truth of the matter is, if we took 100 women and put them on an island with one man, that one man, those 100 women, they have the ability to produce 100 children with that one man. But if we took 100 men and put them on an island with one woman, only one child could be produced in a year. It lets you know women have the power, ma'am. It's the women. Even if we could convince all, ma'am, listen to me when I say this. If black men got together and convinced all black men, except for one, to stop having children before they get married, ma'am, we would have a task on our hand then of getting all of the women to not go out and repopulate with that one man.
That's true.
It's just tough, ma'am. Our women don't have any morals or integrity. Listen at what they say out of their mouths. Listen to what they say. I have had women come on and I think that's where men are traumatized. What we were taught about you guys versus what we hear you say out of your mouth, it sends shockwaves across our eardrum. Because they didn't tell us about this. They didn't tell us that women would say, ain't nothing wrong with having sex with multiple men. They didn't tell us that women would say, who are you to say it's wrong to have unprotected sex? Ma'am, we weren't taught this about women. We were taught that women are to die for. But that's not what we're seeing. It's not the product that we have. Listen, I want to ask you something, ma'am. I want to ask both. Let's do it like this. You have a new kid now, and he's 25 years old. You have worked your fingers to the bone to send him to school, and now that he gets out, Google wants him. His education, his GPA is phenomenal. His Google wants him. Microsoft wants him. He comes to you and tells you, "Mom, I just met this girl. She's got 3 children by 3 different men." Ma'am, would you encourage that relationship?
I probably, no, I probably wouldn't.
Okay. Ma'am, at a 63% rate, that's what we have to deal with. Something that you don't want for your son.
Okay.
It's not good. It's liabilities. If you have listen, not only do I have to deal, the average African American man makes roughly around $44,000, $46,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Each one of those kids is going to be a strain on that $46,000. A man who really loves a woman, when it comes time to send children through college, he's not just going to sit there and watch his woman, have to take on the burden of paying for their college by themselves. Guess what he's going to do? He's going to take some of that $44,000 and allow those children to eat into his finances. Not only that, guess what else, ma'am? Guess what we've seen almost an epidemic of? Well, I'm not going to exaggerate. It's happened more often. Your son is going to have to get to know each one of the fathers of their children. Guess why? So that the thing that we've been seeing in Indianapolis and in Texas, the baby father gets into it, the baby dad comes through and takes his life. Do you see all of the things that can happen with that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation. It's not. But we have to deal with that at a 63% rate. 63% of our women have multiple children by multiple men. And men don't find it attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Bex. Bex,
Yes.
talk to me. What is your thoughts? I need to know. I need to know what to call you to because I don't want to. Shout out to my brother Joe with the super chat. My brother said, "Who raised feminine, weak black men?" You have a.
I'm awake.
My brother said, "Who raised the feminine?" God, dog. My brother said, "Who raised the feminine, weak black men you have a problem with? 80% of black children are born in wedlock. Who raised them? Black women." See, here's the thing. You are in control of this. You can choose to not let a man get you pregnant until that man marries you. Who disagrees with that? I think what a lot of people don't know is the stats on how children who are raised without the father turn out. It's terrible. It's terrible. The psychological damage and dysfunction that is attached to them, they will spend a lifetime, if they live long enough, they will spend a lifetime trying to get over it. And I don't think it is cool for any of us to bring a child into the world under the circumstances that they are going to have to seek mental health because of for the rest of their lives for our decisions. That's crazy. That's like a child coming into this world and already having a sentence from a judge. I sentence you to a lifetime of therapy. Even the rate at which they take their own lives goes up. But this can be avoided. Stop looking at him in the club like, girl, he fine as hell. Now, just based on that, this man gets to smash you? There's no other requirements that man gets to invade your sacred womb. Not only that, without protection. You let this man, you don't know anything about the mental health issues that run in his family. You don't know anything about the health issues that run in his family. This man gets to dump his genetic makeup inside of your body, all because you thought he was cute. People, that's crazy. I'm a man and I don't do it. A woman, to get my bareness in her body, that comes at a very heavy price for a woman. A woman almost has to be perfect. For me to lay my sacredness inside of a woman's body, that woman has to be something of significant high value. I'm not just running around here with anything that I feel as though could give me the release that I desire, and I'm dumping my magnificence into that? Why would I do that? We have to do more than anything is we have to bring these children on this planet with an even playing field without suffering from any critical thinking skill setbacks, any reading and comprehension skill setbacks, any problem solving skill setbacks, because that's what's happening. Why do you think these children are acting out like this? Joining gangs. They're broken. And I just don't understand why people don't see human beings are fragile, delicate entities that can break. We can break, which is why you see some people opt to do this. With proper problem solving, critical thinking skills, we could work our way through this tough time that we're going through right now, opposed to put that thing to our head and just end it all. We are bringing these kids into this world severely handicapped. What is this? I don't even dig it.
Yeah, it's all good.
Tell me what to call you, brother.
It's Digi God, but don't trip. Don't worry about me. I'm on your channel. Listen, man, you are incredible.
I appreciate you, my brother.
The going to get the information, telling them where to get the information. I am so in awe.
I appreciate it, my brother.
Your personality. I'm a writer and an artist. I look at what you do and how you present it, how factual it is. You have the patience of Job with these people on the platform. I know my level. I got kids and a wife. I know my level. I run a business. I know my level. Your level is omnipotent. It's
appreciate you, my guy.
incredible the amount of patience that you have to try and prove a point to people who would like to dismiss facts and rather go off of emotions and how they're feeling. And that's incredible. One of the things from my generation, I'm about 55, one of the things from my generation is women, they kind of gave up. The goal used to be marriage. Now it's a baby daddy, but anybody that you have a baby with is your baby daddy. So
right.
It's different. I came from an era where a woman had class.
Right.
And a woman would tell you, I don't know who you think you are. I don't care who you think you are. I don't care how much money you have. You can't buy me or my affection.
Right.
Well, the women that were the opposite of that were known as prostitutes, and you could go buy their time and their affection. Any other woman that you stepped to and you made them feel like that, since they go off of fear and emotions, they tell you, I'm not a prostitute. You can't buy me. I have to actually like you to be with you. Well,
100%.
That's not the way it is in 2023.
100%.
You throw a couple of dollars at them, and you could do whatever. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, why would someone jump to try to dunk the ball when the rim is basically at their kneecap? They can just drop it in the hole. Nobody's gonna dunk if I could just drop it in the hole. That's the only effort.
Here's what we're experiencing, brother.
Yes, sir.
Everything, I want you guys to pay attention to everything brother just said. It's factual. Imagine this. Imagine someone, there's 7 days in a week. Imagine someone who 3 days out of that week, they just give their body to anyone, you know what I mean? And as a repercussion of that, over time, that person has 3 children by 3 different men. And let's don't leave this out. The herpes that the person has accrued throughout the duration they've been on the dating highway too long, right? What we're experiencing is those women who have done those things and brought their dating value down significantly have developed the audacity to be upset when men start treating them like what they've done to their dating value. And then they'll get on social media and say, men ain't ish. No, you're getting treated like that because of what you've done to yourself. Men aren't looking at phenomenal women, women who resemble a life benefit, women who resemble a worthy investment. They're not looking at those women and just seeking to do them wrong. Those of you ladies who are on social media talking about the Ray Rays and Pookies, talking about your deadbeat baby daddies, what you don't realize is what you're letting us know is the caliber of men that you have had access to throughout your life.
And you told them something that was incredible.
We never, hold on, brother, hold on. We never hear these women on social media complaining about their endodonis baby daddy, their baby daddy who's an airline pilot, their baby daddy who is an entertainment attorney. You guys keep complaining about your baby daddies who seem to resemble something that crawled out of a sewer. And you picked him, and it's all that you were able to get based on your level of dating value.
But you told them earlier, and they're not listening, they're all dating the same guy. They're all dating the same guy. So you go, well, how are you 43, 33, 28, and these are all of every experience you had has been like this?
Yeah.
It's what you're attracting. You're dating the same guy because you're looking for the same thing out of these men. And once a guy realizes, oh, I don't gotta spend no time with this chick like that. I ain't gotta really holler at her like that. She just want a bag. I just drop off a Birkin bag. I just drop off a little bread. I just pay her rent. I just get her nails done. Okay, well, check it out. I'm a longshoreman. I make a whole bunch of money.
Okay. Talk that talk.
I'm putting down payment on a little car. She got a little car now. Now she ain't got no reason not to pull up. When I say pull up to come, she got to do and blow this horn. You know what I'm talking about? So at the end of the day, when a guy finds out that that's what a female is about, then they act accordingly like anyone else would in a situation. If that's all you about, that's all we gonna be about. You just want bread, I don't have to do nothing else. Okay,
100%.
Then I'm gonna shoot you some bread. I'm gonna shoot you some bread. I'm gonna do my thing like the burger stand, in and out.
And here's the issue though, brother. Once they set that prerequisite that you just established, then they get upset that they're being treated like a bust down. You told me that a man gonna talk to me, he gonna have to do something for me. Okay, I did. Now I busted you down and we kind of don't have to talk anymore and stuff. I gave you what you suggested was required.
Exactly.
Miss Bex.
Incredible.
I seen a comment from Miss Bex. She said, let's talk about solutions. Let's.
Okay, can I say, oh, go on.
Hold on. I did an entire show yesterday. Here's the primary source of you ladies' problem. Do you know how hard pressed you would be to go anywhere, not just on TikTok, anywhere on any social media platform and find one page where there was a group of women who were discussing what it is men like? Hey girl, have you ever, because I don't know, you got a dad in your life, tell me some of the things that I could do to make a man feel good. Hey girl, you tell me, what are the things that men like? You guys don't care what make men feel good. You don't give us compliments. You just want, what we do here is the 666. He got to be 6 foot tall. He got to make figures. You guys are selfish and you don't realize it. Everything is all about you. You don't give men compliments. If you have a man who has a small thing, ladies, I'm going to tell you, if you really want the absolute best out of a man, see, because what you don't understand, did you know that we're human beings too? You think you're the only one who likes compliments? You think we don't like to be made to feel good? You think we don't need our head blown up every once in a while? And I know, I'm going to ask all of the women. I don't even want you to answer because most of you will lie. Women in the comments, search your own integrity and your honesty. Ask me, when's the last time some of you and some of your girls got together and the conversation was geared around the things men like, the things we could do to make men feel good? When is the last time you ever had a conversation like that? If you want the best out of a man, feed it to him. We like to be made feel good too. You guys are selfish, so we view you as that. We come to you with money because that's all you talk about. We come to you with the things that you want. We put the effort in to get what we want from you. You don't. You think because you got a vajayjay, that's all that qualifies for our time. When the truth of the matter is, a man coming into your life is so much more valuable than you coming into a man's life. I asked my daughter this. I said, if we're walking into Walmart and there's a big box up on the thing, we pull the box down, it's a trench coat. Here's what the trench coat does. The trench coat opens doors for you whenever you stop your car. The trench coat also pays for your meals when you go to the restaurant. It opens the doors as you walk into the restaurant doors. I said another thing that the trench coat does, when you're walking away from restaurants and things like that, if a robber or something jumps out, the trench coat engulfs the woman and it absorbs the brunt of any harm that would have befell her. I asked my daughter, what would a coat like that be worth on the market? She said, priceless. That's us. That's us. You guys act like the purpose that we serve is nothing because your heads have been pumped up so far about a vajayjay's value. Listen, your vajayjay to a man like me is nothing. I'm a very disciplined man. I go months at a time without touching a woman, depending on the current project that I'm working on, right? So here's what I want to pose to you ladies. Most of you lead with sex because you don't have much else to offer. Your personality is bad, right? You can be rude. When you bump into a man like me, who you have to bring more to sex than sex to the table to impress me, what are you going to shop with? You're going to have some personality. After we have sex, what do we talk about? Can you disagree with me respectfully? Can we agree on some things? And that's what's happening. A lot of women haven't been taught the things that are necessary to keep a man's attention. Yes, you can get our attention once you pull the pants down, once you dress with the cleavage and all of that, but can you keep a man's attention? The reason that we know the answer is no, the rate at which women in the African American community are single. Learn how to be good to us. Bix, you said, let's talk about solutions. I'm going to ask you to be honest. When is the last time some of you and your girlfriends went on a mental expedition of talking about the meals that you could cook that would make men happy. Sending a man his favorite home cooked dish that you know he likes to his work. When was the last time you had a conversation with that with women?
Well, I'm sorry. Go on. Go on.
Yeah, so I host lives because I am an African woman, and we are told that we have to feed our men.
Are you in America?
Yes, I am. I'm in Tennessee.
Okay, I want to ask it this way. Let's remove your African associates from it. Do you have close female friends who are from America?
Yes.
Okay.
I think one of them is in the comment section fighting for her life.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let's be real. How often
Yes.
do you guys discuss the things that can make men happy?
We talk about love, relationships, and marriage twice a week.
I'm not talking about that, ma'am. I'm talking about being selfless. Take you completely out of the equation. What can I do to put a smile on his face today? Forget me.
Yes, we talk about it. One, we do, and you can visit. You don't even have to announce yourself. You can always come. You might be used. Not all women are the same. Is that a yes or no?
Say it again.
Say it again. Are all women the same?
You carry significantly similar patterns. For instance, are all women emotional? Yes. Some just less than others.
If there are some women who are doing exactly what you're talking about, but there are women that are very, very different.
Okay, well, let me ask you this so you can't run from it. Do you think that what we're talking about right now is occurring predominantly in the African American community amongst women?
Yes. Yes.
Ma'am, or why have African American women been ranked the most undesirable woman on the entire planet to date, ma'am?
Sir, like I said, the things you're saying are right. The things that you're saying that we are doing wrong, yes, we're doing them wrong.
No, but I'm saying you just said that you do believe that African American women predominantly are concerned with how to make men happy, ma'am. Listen, fellas in the comments, give me a thumbs up if you believe that that is at the forefront of African American women's mind. Give me a thumbs down if you think that you've never heard them discussing that.
I had never heard about the African American women being most undesirable. I had never heard that. But I would like to. I'm trying to remember what your original. The discussion.
But hold on, ma'am. I'm waiting. I'm doing something. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Give me a thumbs up if you believe that it is a regular occurrence that African American women seek to find out the things that they can do to make black men happy.
I was just getting ready to answer that. I was going to answer.
Ma'am, but you listen, you can't touch everything. You kind of take control of the show. I'm trying to get everybody else's opinion too.
All right.
Most men don't even I don't know what that's about. It's like my TikTok is tripping. They're not even responding. Go ahead, Miss Kathy. I'm gonna bring somebody else up after you're done.
Okay.
I need you to not be long-winded too, though.
Okay. The women that I kind of talk to, we don't even get into the conversation with, any kind of male bashing or talking about, anything like that. But I did just recently speak with my own daughter and talking to her about the very
Yeah, but I don't like talking about isolated incidences. We're talking about the collective. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I can't speak to that though because I don't get engaged in that.
Yeah, because the collective is what matters. If your daughter is amazing, that really doesn't affect us as a whole. You know what I mean? What we need to do is establish some betterment as a collective. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like I have people in my family who are amazing, but that doesn't do anything for the African American community as a whole. We need a behavioral shift as a collective. But listen, I appreciate you coming up. I'm about to bring a couple of more people on.
Okay. But if I heard that, I'd stop it, because even with, as I was, my daughter, I've always said to her, you know, this thing with mass incarceration, I've always said to my daughter, there are amazing men in those prisons.
I agree with that 1,000. And listen, there's also amazing men pushing lawnmowers in you ladies' neighborhoods, but you look down on them, even though you've been single for 10 or 15 years. What a lot of you ladies don't understand is based on what you've done to your dating value, you are the exact equal for that man who doesn't have his own car, for that man who may have been alcoholic, but he's 2 years clean. A lot of you have done so much damage to yourself. 3 children, 3 different men. You've gotten significantly overweight. Attitude is terrible. Who do you think you deserve? Listen, the thing that I'm saying is this. A lot of women, when I bring it home to you and I talk about your, hey, I appreciate it, Miss Kathy. I'm about to bring somebody else up.
All right.
A lot of you women, it doesn't hit home to you until I equate it with your sons. When I ask you, would you want your sons to date someone who had 3 children by 3 different men, who typically has, you know, a little masculine attitude, things of that nature? You say no. You say no. But yet you expect us to take on women who fit the same criteria. You don't listen to the things that people say. You don't listen to the information that men are kicking out to you. If you won't listen to the information that men are kicking out to you, where are you going to get the information that is better than the information that has brought you guys these catastrophic results? I won't even qualify those as results. You guys aren't getting results. Do you know what has to happen for you to be ranked the most undesirable group of women to date on the planet? You probably can't earn that title on an accident. You have to put in some triple overtime to get that. You have to be sure enough showing out. Crazy part is this. When those stats came out, black men knew that they were real because our experiences with you are unpleasant. Just look at these interactions on these lives. You guys can't lie about it. You're mean. You're very, very rude. Even as adults, you name call other grown men. That's crazy to our understanding. How is it that men, hold on, that took me back to a comment, what my brother Cake had say. He said, I'm not going to lie, Stacy, I'll be in there on their top. Said I'm negative. Well, come on, let's talk. Let's talk.
How's it going, brother?
All right, man. Tell me how your night's going.
It's good so far. It's late, but I'm still hanging in here.
Good stuff. Tell me what you disagree with about my content. What do I have wrong?
I don't necessarily think that you have anything wrong. Like I agree with a lot of the stuff that you're saying. I am not a black man. I don't know if that's a disqualifier. I'll add that up front because I've been kicked out of lives because I'm not a black man.
I understand why they kick you out because I wouldn't dare let another man come up and disrespect black women, but I'll just ask that you steer. You can tell the truth long as it doesn't seem like you're being intentionally disrespectful to black women.
I don't try to intentionally be disrespectful to anybody. Like I say what I think, and sometimes that offends people, but like.
Tell me what you think that I have wrong or the information, where my information is inaccurate.
In relation to what you were just saying a few minutes ago, when it comes to the black male community,
right.
You're talking about these black men, you're recognizing a problem. What do you think the biggest problem? Like, I definitely recognize in the white community that we have a shit ton of things wrong.
You can afford to have a shit ton of things wrong when you own the country.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so, like, when it comes to the black community, if there were one thing that you could point to that, like, hey, this is the area, what would it be? As a black man, like, what would you point to and say to, like, if you had the opportunity, when you do have the opportunity to say to other black men, this is the area where, like, I think this is something that we really
You
need
said
to focus on.
if I'm talking to black men?
Correct.
That's tricky. Here's why that's tricky. Say that there are two children right here. There are two children. Both of them are clean. No dysfunctions. They just have clean learning abilities. You can build something with that. We need our women to produce the men with higher quality males, because a lot of these boys are coming out already really, really, really messed up. And so a man like myself can pull one of these guys to the side, try to teach him some things. But what about when his reading and comprehension levels are broken? What about when his critical thinking skills are obliterated already just due to the trauma he's experienced? One, being raised by a single parent mom. Two, the environment that she comes from. And three, if she was dysfunctional herself. We could have Mark Zuckerberg tutoring him, and it would be difficult. So what we really need to do, we need something clean that we can program on top of. If we can't really program on top of broken children. So my thing is, if we could get our women to stop, and it's impossible to stop being attracted to the broken men, then we can get boys who would have the intellect to absorb information, and then we can start using those children to, when they later on have children, they would have children who are quality and could have abilities outside of any type of impairment. And that's, to me, that's just the key to it. Like, it's hard to teach somebody who's broken. You see what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying, but I don't attribute. All right, so let me just hammer down to kind of like a baseline level of influence on society. Do you think that women have more influence on society, or that men have more influence on society?
Well, it's different for the American community.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like,
in the African American community, see, that's why it's going to be tough for us to get into this conversation, because it's going to get kind of personal and intimate. Like, there are things that have taken place in the black community that are sad for us to talk about. Like, we know what's being done to us. There's a lot of systems in place to keep this thing going on with us. Like,
I agree.
It's just real bad, man. I don't even like. I actually do feel uncomfortable talking to someone who's not black, because what we are dealing with, man, it is a perpetual attack. They have, so let me show you. Oh, well, you can't see it, but I'll try to show you. Oh, I can't. It's on this phone. If you look at the hottest female rappers today, I think all but one of them is illiterate and can't read. I know one of them has came out and admitted it. What they're doing is they're taking, if you look at the Glorilla, Sexy Red, Scarlett, Sukiana, the power that is crippling the African American community by large is what the music industry has been weaponized against black people. Our girls will do whatever. Sexy Red, Glorilla, Sukiana, they will do whatever they say. These women are illiterate. It's almost like the music. And look what they did to us. Did you know, when's the last time you heard a black man rapper who was kicking out knowledge and wisdom? Do you know that they won't give those men record deals anymore? If you're not talking about popping that pistol, you can't get a record deal. So there's things that are implemented in place to our women. Now, most people would say, shh, I got to start making people wear condoms because I can't get pregnant. I don't have nowhere to take the baby. My finances, I can't feed it. But guess what they do? They create an incentive called Section 8 and welfare. Now, I have a cousin who said that. I can have a baby. It'll get me out of the house with mama. They'll give me my own house. We're crippled. Our women have been giving more jobs than our men. So that causes a power dynamic inside of the relationships. If you go to my YouTube, yesterday's show was a woman pointing her, the thumbnail was a woman pointing her finger at a man, and the title said, I make more money than you. You can't, I don't have to be submissive to you. And that's what's happening.
Let's be honest. Every attractive female, period, in this day and age has the ability to make more money than any man if they sell their body.
What's her name? China made $200 million 2 years ago on OnlyFans.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So every attractive female young woman has the ability, if they compromise their values and don't have values, and they sell themselves, they have more value being sold as a member of the attractive female class than they do as a member of the working class.
But truthfully, what we're talking about is regular, productive, working class people. We're not necessarily talking about the ones who can do that. We're talking about they are given more opportunities than, hey, my brother, that's Scarlett right there. They are literally given more opportunities than African. So they did a study, and it was suggestive of, when people hand their resumes in to corporations, the people are looking at the names to see if it resembles a black man, and they disqualify that. They tell them that position's already been filled. I'm not a victim. I don't even speak in terms of the victim mentality, but we are at a significant advantage. They say that a white man who has a criminal record, has been to prison, still stands a chance at getting a higher earning job than a black man who has a college degree and has never been to prison.
I believe that.
Yeah, so that's why I say it's different, man. It's just different.
No, I definitely believe it's different. But I also think, as a member of your community, right? As a man.
Basically, listen, my point in bringing that all up to you was leadership has been removed. The ability to demonstrate leadership has been removed away from black men. The girl, Tommy Lauren. You're probably familiar with Tommy Lauren.
Leadership isn't something that's doled out, though. Leadership is something that you take. So that's my point.
Okay, so how do you take leadership when somebody says, I wish you would, your black ass to be in jail tomorrow?
How do you take leadership?
Brother, I think it's easy to you.
It is not easy. It is not easy whatsoever. It's not easy to take leadership. There's been a fight in this country to take leadership and to take power and to fight for rights for the last 200 years. It is not an easy thing. That's not what I'm saying, that it's easy. And I'm not saying that you have an easy fight on your hands ahead of you. That's not what I'm saying whatsoever.
Black men have to fight to be financially solvent. You can only fight a couple of fights at once. You see what I'm saying? You can't be fighting with your women and be fighting to pay your own rent. So I understand what you mean when you say leadership is a fight, but you can only fight so many fights, brother. So I was trying to start 3 companies at the same time. I was building a prototype for one, and I was having the app developed, and I was giving all of my time and attention to these things. And a mentor of mine out here, a talk show host, he saw that I would have bags under my eyes and things like that, and I started losing my hair, and I was just going hard. I was never really getting any sleep. And he pulled me to the side, and he said, listen, if you put 5 irons in a fire, they'll all get hot. He said, but if you remove 4 of them, one will get glowing hot. Like, listen, to fight multiple battles is tough. And that battle with our women, it's tough. It's really tough. You see, if you've been here for a significant of time, you've seen the defiance. And our women, they'll whack you they do things to, but I don't want to get too far into that. But
but it's,
I'll just say it, I'll sum your question up like this. Our leadership ability has been compromised.
Do you think that men are leaders within the community when it comes to women and the relationship between men and women? Do you think that men should take the leadership role within a community?
You mean forcefully?
No.
So how can you establish leadership over someone who says, I don't need no man? How can you do that?
Well, okay, so when you look into the actual business world, nobody's forcing leadership in the business world, right? We're not forcing people to be like, hey, listen, you're gonna be my wife or you're gonna be my subordinate. Like, we operate in this world where it is.
We're gonna stop it right here, brother. We're gonna stop it right here. You're black. How do you force black women to come up there under your leadership? Let's do it like that.
You don't force them. Correct. You don't. You can't.
Okay, so you agree with me?
That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that just because you can't force someone to do something doesn't mean you can't influence society. And you can't promote.
Brother, you losing me. I don't know. I thought so. Like tell me what question? Because I don't know. It's like you jumped from the question that you asked me and it's going somewhere else.
Well, because you kind of alluded to this idea that like. The biggest problem when you talk about one iron in the fire gets the hottest, that makes me think that you have decided to focus on this one particular issue because you think that's the most important issue, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's why I've
But see, I think that's why the other brothers have probably opted to not let you up, because this is something that if you haven't lived it, it goes beyond your logic. It really, really does. There are things that the government has given our black women in order to weaponize against the men.
I'm very familiar with that.
Well, I don't think you are. Okay, so listen. For instance, it won't be because. But hold on, brother. It won't be because we did something wrong. Do you know that our women have weaponized child support against us? Even men who are very amazing dads.
Absolutely. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. I'm familiar with what you're talking about. I am very educated on what you're talking about, and I agree 1,000%.
Do you know that our women can say that he hit me and we go to jail?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about when I say I'm familiar with what you're talking about.
Yeah. All right, so tell me what your point is.
My point is simply this: like, you can wage a war on the genders within your society, within your culture, right? You can wage this war between the genders. Or as the leader of your culture, you have the ability to influence change on your culture and within your culture.
I need you to lay it out for us right now.
So basically what I'm saying is, instead of looking at women as...
No, hold on. You can't run from that. I need you to lay out the steps and the format in which it will be built. Let's do it. Because clearly, according to you, something has to be built. And I need you to tell us what it is.
When it comes to the U.S. society, there are no structural or societal changes that come down or happen without change within the government. So obviously there has to be an element of strong men in positions of leadership within your culture that take positions of leadership within the government. You have to have that in order to affect structural change within your culture. Would you agree with that?
I mean, if I'm being honest with you, man, it seems like really you're saying nothing. I'm asking you steps. This is really elementary. I'm asking you. You said you can do it. And I said, lay out the steps.
No, I'm not saying that I can do it.
No, I'm talking about you said that it could be done. I'm asking you to lay out the steps. Because see, what black men have done is we have started, gang activists have started organizations, to get those men who are causing most of the issues off the streets. And we're talking about people who were ex-gang members. They have started organizations to try to reach those ones who are out there doing the damage, and some have lost their lives to those very kids that we're trying to help. And that's why the brothers wouldn't let you come up on the panel, because you don't understand it.
You're at a massive... I don't understand it in the same sense that you do.
Yeah, you don't, because it affects us physically.
You're at a massive disadvantage because the culture has been weaponized. Like, the American culture broadly has definitely been weaponized against you. I do understand that aspect of it. And what I'm saying is, in order to change the broader American culture, you have to have positions of influence. As, in my opinion, it would be both men and women of the Black community, but ideally it would be
we are estranged from our women. Have you not noticed this? We don't have women. Black men are the only group of men who don't have women. Our women spread rumors on us. We don't have to. But this, you know what? This isn't a conversation, bro, because you're not going to understand it. I appreciate you coming up, man.
All righty. Have a good night.
That brother made it seem very easy for us to get this thing together, didn't he? In order to do, somebody said he used logic. There is no logic. In order to pull off what he's talking about, do you know the amount of finances that you would have to, in order to build a structure? Somebody just said only 6% of black men have been to jail or are in jail out of 12% of the population? My brother said he was talking from a business perspective. Listen, did you guys know this? You could just Google this up. The way that they're shielding black men from finances that are needed to build things. Did you guys know that when black people are appraising homes, that they're undercutting them by at least $100,000 on the appraisal of the properties? Did you know that they've done studies, even news, what's it called? News, not companies. You guys know what I'm talking about. News, whatever. News outlets. News outlets have sent undercover people into, especially in Atlanta, sent undercovers into banks. Do you know that white people who aren't qualified get loans over qualified black people at a 2 to 3 time rate? What he was suggesting, you need significant levels of financing for that. You have to build something. You have to build a foundation. That's what I was going to say too. Tommy Lauren. Tommy Lauren. Oh my gosh. She said, so why not start black banks? Miss Asurma said power begins with education. I agree 1000%. But how can you pull that off with a child who is born with broken critical thinking skills and reading comprehension skills, and even with those defects is raised up in a neighborhood where he sees DRUGS deals every day? See, no one's addressed. I agree with you. But even for education to stick, it has to be on a clean foundation where information to stick. We can take one of the kids over in South Central right now and allow them to live with Mark Zuckerberg for 12 years. Do you know the amount of money he would have to spend first in order to repair the psychological damage that has already taken place due to his experience and environments, and then start teaching to get the teachings to stick? I don't think you guys understand breakage. We break. In the African American community, let me say this. White people spend large amounts of money to keep their children, private schools, all of that, to keep their children from ever seeing the things that black people live in daily. Because they know it's breakage to even come into the knowledge of it. To see a car go by and to live in an environment where windows are boarded up. So Tony Robinson did a course, and several other people have suggested this too. The things that you want out of life, the car that you've wanted all your life, take the house that you've wanted, take a picture of it and hang it up on your wall. Go get it plaqued and hang it up on your wall. And it will become more and more and more your reality every day that you walk by. So what does that say about the kid whose entire block consists of houses with boarded up windows? And the users typically go in through the back door and they're in there shooting up and things like that. The most dangerous person on the planet is an individual who has no hope. Do you know where no hope comes from? Seeing in a hopeless environment. And that's why I didn't let the brother stay up longer, because this is something you have to experience. No story will articulate this to the impact that it has in the physical world. When you hear your mom in there getting her guts blasted out, you know, yeah. We're talking about breakage, people. We're talking about breakage. You stupid hoe, if you ever call me a victim again, listen. You guys have never seen me react to any woman on this platform like that. I don't play that victim talk. There was another black skank. This is what we have to deal with. And which is why I tell black men 70% of our women are absolutely for the trash can. We have 30% of amazing black women to pull from. Once those run out, you're just going to have to date outside your race. These women are so broken that your mere interaction with them causes breakage upon you. Those of you who disagree, look down in those comments. Take a gander. These are women. These are women. The ones that we were told were precious. Look at the mouths on them. It's above mind-blowing, which is why no other men want to date you. They see this. Okay, my brother just posed a significant question. Check this out. Answer this question. Why all throughout history, when wars were waged, were men killed and the women and children were taken? Right? Because if you can, in fact, destabilize the men, the war is over. Our women, we belong to a group of women who are helping them destabilize us. They don't even know they're being used. They come up here and they spread misinformation about us. Even when you flip phones around and show them that it's wrong, they still say it's right. There's no group of people could deal with these women. And I am truly thankful for the 30% of African American women who, listen, I'm telling you, my experience with black women, phenomenal. Phenomenal. I want to say I have not one bad thing to say about the black women I've dated. There was one who was rough around the edges, but I was still crazy about it, right? But it's because I don't tolerate anything else. I won't settle for less. Any woman that I deal with She's going to be a lady. She's going to be classy. And she's going to know that men and women are equal. She's going to know that when she comes into this situation with me, I am at the helm. I have the steering wheel in my pocket already before we get to driving. Those black women are out there and they do exist. But what I want for the men who may not be as assertive as me, I have my way with a woman, right? I'm going to go up. I don't care how fine she is. I'm going to go up and talk to her. My issue is this. What about the men who are kind of still nervous to talk to women? That 70% of women that we have left, I wish that they were like our 30%, because even that guy who's a good guy, has a good job, but not so much outspoken when it comes to women, he would have higher odds of getting a good black woman. But that guy, he doesn't stand a chance today. That 70% of our women, they will chew him up, spit him out, intentionally get pregnant by him, and take half of everything that he has for no reason.
Hi.
Tell me how your night's going.
I'm following you.
You said you're following me?
Yes, and I'm going to talk to you. How you doing?
My life is amazing. It's outstanding.
You're saying a lot of stuff that's wonderful.
Oh, I did that. Listen, people, we're about to have to get up out of here. My whole day is gone, thanks to you, right? We'll go through some of my brothers and sisters' comments, though. Whoa. Nah, where is it at? I missed it. Boy. My brother said, bro, I messed around and got a baby mama and she cost me my law license. This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. You know how long it takes to get a law? Jeez. My brother said, but no worries, I'm good. That's what I'm talking about. One thing we do. Where is the woman that was up here previously? I didn't even get a chance to. If someone knows who she is, tell her to come up. Hey, King Bonner, you don't know what her name was? My brothers. She said, why we on your mind rent free? Miss Moron, it's because we love you and you are a mirror reflection of us. Do you have any more questions? You don't mirror me. You definitely don't now. Actually, I'm not going to block her. She's here for a reason. She apparently needs help. She just won't admit it. Who was the woman who came up? So listen, people, we're about to wrap the show up, but I'm going to tell you ladies this. Hey, my brother Joe said, fellas, if your woman is not good for your ego, let her go. The late, great Kevin Samuels. These are facts. These are facts. And that's the thing that we're dealing with. The woman was being very disingenuous. There can't be many of you who are privy to groups of women who sit around and discuss what we can do to make men happy, men's lives more pleasant. You know how we know that? We'd be seeing the results of it. The only thing that we hear is what you want from us. And guess what? Here's the thing. Men usually achieve it. What we want from you guys, we usually come. We usually come at the top of value with what we think will incite you to give us what we want from you. And then if that doesn't work, we look in another direction. And then we bring this. You guys don't think you have to bring men anything. You don't think that you have to bring men anything. You don't think you owe men any type of, hey, that outfit is kind of, I like that outfit. You guys, listen. If what I'm saying is not true, then why don't black men find black women attractive? It's definitely not because there are no gorgeous ones. That's definitely not it. You don't feed us. We don't get pleasantries when we encounter you. Yet we tell you guys how fine you are just in the act of shooting our game to you. Not only that, we buy you drinks. Off the top, we buy you drinks. We take you to restaurants. We take you out to eat. We take you shopping. Right? What do you give back? Everything, your entire bargaining chip is based around your vajayjay. We want more than that. We can get that from anybody. How about you be nice to us? How about you say things that motivate us into becoming better men? How about you shoot compliments our way like we do to you the moment we encounter you? I've had this very live where I suggested that women shoot their shot at men, seeing how so many of you are going to be left without a man. Do you know how many women said they wish they would? You're so arrogant. Even in the face of an epidemic proportion of single women, there's already 6 million more women in the United States than there are men. In the black community, there's 3 million more. There's already not enough men to pass around. So and when you adjust for the quality men, that pool gets even smaller. So you would think if women came into this information, those women who are attractive and who really want somebody, they would start fighting to be one of the ones who ends up with somebody. No, you're so spoiled, you believe long as you have a vajayjay and stuff, you'll just wait for who men to approach you and you select which one you think is cute. Billion-dollar corporations are investing in cat food, wine, antidepressants, and one other thing. In the next few years, they're expecting the largest ever epidemic of single and childless women the United States has ever seen. The homeless rate amongst women has went up to 45%. You guys are in a jam that you don't even know about. Out here in LA, there are attractive women who are walking the streets homeless. Attractive, I swear to you. It's hitting already. It's visible. But you ladies think you have a surplus of men to choose from. But what you don't understand is what you have a surplus of is men who will bust you down, right? That's not what you're going to need when America falls apart. What you're going to need is somebody who's willing to pledge his life for your safety, who's willing to make sure that all of the weight of the world and the catastrophes and calamities that are occurring don't impact you as much as it will single women. You guys are about to experience the largest ever epidemic of laugh now, cry later. If she won't come up, I'm blocking her. I want you guys to see what type of women we're dealing with. There's a woman down here saying blah, blah, blah. A broken human being. A broken human being. Listen, we got another one of those women. Listen, I've got several sizes of pops that will protect me. We laugh at you when you say that. We laugh. She says, "Sir, I'm not broken. You don't know me." Yet, while a grown man is talking from a logical standpoint, ushering information to you guys, you don't have it in you to understand that it's rude to be down there saying blah, blah, blah. That's evidence of how broken you are. You don't even know that that's rude. But we don't care about you, so. My brother said, I don't even try to talk to them anymore. It's a waste of time. I don't, my goal is not to talk to them. I told you guys, I believe 70% of our women are for the trash can. Absolutely for the trash can. It's the 30% of amazing black women who I'm interested in. The ones like Miss Allie, who came up here very pleasant. There was actually a couple of women who came up here very pleasant. They just didn't have a man in their life to give them proper information. But some of these women, they're open to information. They're really respectful. A lot of them are very attractive, right? So those are the women who I'm talking to. I'm not talking to the sewer trash. Sometimes they emerge and they're up on here, but my brother K Cash said these girls can't. And that's another thing. With all of these things you guys are requiring, most of you can't cook. You can't. K Cash said, Stacy, these girls, God, dog, these girls can't even cook. Let's start with a cooking with cooking. Let's start with a cooking for a family group chat. That's real. That's real. Most of these women can't cook. And I don't mean look at the back of a box or something. I'm talking about walk in that kitchen and for real put a meal together. For real. Most don't even know what a Sunday dinner is. Can you fix a car or fix a leaky sink? I can change motor mounts, um, gaskets, tune-ups. I built this entire media center myself. You guys don't see what's there. I built that myself. Uh, there's almost nothing I can't do. And I hope that answers your question. I taught myself the components of this entire show, so I didn't have to hire an engineer like most people do. Now, my question to you, ma'am, the things you just asked of me, the man who you're with, can he do those things? Or are you with anyone? I want to show everybody something. I need 2 women to come up here. Hey, listen, I want to apologize to my YouTube family. Listen, my brother Joe over here in this situation. My brother Joe with the super chat. This is for you burning that midnight oil, fam. Respect that. You know what it is, my brother. And I want to apologize to all of my people who I missed the super chats late. For one, I'm extremely exhausted from things from yesterday. For two, you know, TikTok tends to have more broken people than our YouTube family, right? So you have to wade through that, you know, to find the people who are, you know, respectable and King Buana said, do you feel unloved? Somebody asked me, can I drive a semi? I'm blocking her just for that ignorance. Ma'am, I've never performed brain surgery either. But I guarantee you I can drive. I've never drove in a semi. I guarantee you I can. Within probably 20 minutes. Right? Oh my gosh, I get so sick of these women talking about they educated ladies. Hey, I want a thumbs up. And don't just go with what I say. I want a thumbs up. Men, show me how many of you hold a woman's education in high regard. Give me a thumbs up, fellas. And I'm educated. I get so sick of that. We don't seek to bust you down based on who I bet she's educated. It has actually made you worse people. Look at the fellas. They don't care about your education. And we keep telling you that. But it's like you, and fellas, I'm going to tell you guys why they do it. This is for the women who were born average or below average looking, the women who have put on significant weight, the women who have gotten jammed up with multiple children by multiple different men. Those women, once they found out they did significant levels of damage to their dating value and that men weren't selecting them for a long haul but only sex, women thought that if they went and got degrees, that it would boost their value up, that it would take an eraser to having 3 children by 3 different men, that it would remove the fact that they have high body count. They thought that men would be impressed by their degrees enough to overlook all of the other dating damage that they did to themselves. Ladies, we don't think about those degrees ever. I do mean ever. I have never in my life been interested in a woman and her education came across my mind. I am sufficient enough for the both of us. We don't know why you guys keep saying that. Look, my brother said you're reading my mind, bro. I'm going to say this again. We really do not care about your education. What it sounds like to us is a type of arrogant, braggadocious type of thing. Listen, she had to say, I can cook, I can clean, and I'm educated. They must throw that in there. We don't care. Has a man ever been sexually attracted to you based upon your education? Has a man ever wanted to marry you based upon how educated you are? We don't care. It's actually irritating when we hear you say it. How can you be educated but not have learned how to be pleasant in the eyes of men? How about that? We're going to talk. Let's talk. And anybody who has a dispute with what you're hearing me say, come on up. Yeah, men don't value that. We don't care. Joe be snapping up here. And I really do want to know why y'all think we care about that. Men are simple creatures. We see what we want and we're enticed by the things we're enticed by. Men don't care about your education. Do you know how we know? The reason we know that men don't care about your educations my brother Zero Fuck said, no man has ever said, ooh, wait, look at that degree on her. Listen, and then we got a moron who says, do women really care about men caring about it? Why do you keep saying it? Right? Apparently you care. You actually want us to value it. But we don't value it more than we value your purity. We don't value it more than we value your ability to be cooperative to a man. We don't value it more than we value you being fit and not being obese or overweight. And you, ma'am, I see your head is filling up your entire profile circle. I know you're huge. I know you are. Yeah. Yeah. I know you're overweight. We don't care about your education. We care more about how feminine you are. Jeez. I just hope I never hear that again. It's just disgusting to me. You think that you can be overweight, have high body counts, have multiple children by multiple men, and then just throw in there, I'm educated. And that erases all of those other nuclear bombs that you dropped. My brother Big Law said, yeah, cute woman. He didn't even say fine. He said a cute woman with no kids is far more valuable than an educated woman with kids and baggage. Well, we got hit again on the third account, people. I don't care. I rock heavy with my people. And I'm going to rock on with my YouTube family some more a little bit. People, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm so tired. I'm delirious over here. But this is what the show is going to be about tomorrow. Tomorrow's show, people, I'm going to let you guys see who these people went out and got. I'm going to appeal that for no reason at all. I don't really care. People, we are knocked off of 3 TikTok accounts. I don't care. Because they can't stop us regardless. Shout out to King Buana, always holding us down. I'm going to peel this, and I don't even want them to. They didn't even give me the ability to appeal. I don't care. I've never seen this. Your live has been discontinued. I don't care. We still got the hottest show online, people. You know what I'm saying? And we popped off and walked away with like 300 new subscribers, right? Don't play with me. But listen, people. Here's what I want you guys to start. Listen, not expecting. You guys have to start demanding that a woman treats you nice. See, somewhere along the line, hey, you hear what my brother Joe said? Discontinued for not fitting into the algorithm. Yeah, we don't move like that. We don't move like that at all. I'm going to say this to all of you. Start demanding that a woman treats you nice. A woman... Hey, Cash said, Stacy, you are a habitual line stepper. We kick doors down, bro. We kick doors down. And we over here delirious, almost 24 hours of no sleep. I want you guys, and even for those of you who are married right now, and those of you who are in serious relationships, I want you brothers to start demanding to get treated nice, man. Look at all this expected of us. We signed a contract saying we will be willing to the only life that God has given us. No spare in the closet. We signed a contract saying that in the event it's necessary, we would be willing to give up our lives for these women. Brothers, I don't know if anybody's told you, that is way more valuable than that poon nanny that they bring to the table, thinking that it is the answer to all men's questions. No, we must have respect. Ladies, where you experience love, men experience love a different way. Men experience love through the respect that you show us. You desire us to bring you flowers and bring you things, things of that nature. Men experience the love that you have for us by way of the level of respect that you show us, by how compassionate you are towards us, right? Doing things for no reason. A lot of you have become selfish, not selfless. You don't often do things for men without expecting something in return. Typically, when you're doing things for men, it's because you already have an agenda of something that you want next week already, right? And that's buttering us up. You ladies have lost your way. And the reason that you've lost your way is because 2 moms ago, they were corrupted and therefore they weren't reminded. Listen, ladies, let me ask you this. When is the last time your mom sit you down and told you how to treat a man? Right? Most of you have never heard that talk. Never. But that would cause me to ask, do you think men deserve to be treated good? Above average good. We like for you to buy us things sometimes too. Did you know that? A woman, when I was sick, I've told you guys this before. I was sick. I don't know if I had COVID. I think it was the COVID time. A woman, one of the amazing women I've dated, one of the amazing black women I've dated. I've never let women buy me anything. It was always weird to me, right? This woman, she heard I was sick and I didn't have any food in the house. I got a knock on my door while I was on the phone with her. This woman had brought me, I forget what it was. What is that? It wasn't Panda. I forget the name of that one Chinese place. it was some of that and a bag of groceries. It wasn't the amount that rocked me. It was that she did it. Listen, it felt so good. I remember it so distinctively that here I am telling it to you today. That's how valuable that was for me. How about you guys learn to do that sometimes? Stop always expecting to take from a man. That doesn't make us feel good. Because by you taking from us, that doesn't let us know how you feel about us. What lets us know how you feel about us is when you occasionally do something for us. Stop thinking that your poo nanny is the answer to everything. It's not. We get that. Okay, we get it. We get that's the go-to. But what about being nice and throwing out compliments? What about coming over and doing something for us for no reason? Just rubbing our shoulders for absolutely no reason at all. I mean, for about 10 minutes. And then when you take a break on rubbing the shoulders, you should already have a drink waiting on us. Listen, fellas, do you have any clue how foreign everything that I'm saying is to these women today? Do you know that they've never had that talk? Do you know how infrequent it is for a man's desires and what would make a man feel good to pop up in a woman's head? It's crazy. We are used as utilities that someone can extract their pleasures from. You never really hear women focusing on what they could do that would make us feel good today. But fellas, it's up to you. You have to start demanding that. And you have to stop living under the pretense of what we've been living under, that, well, she give me the poontang. No, that's not enough. That's not enough. Because listen, my D is worth every bit of her poontang. These are facts. These are facts. A woman's poontang is definitely no value than what I'm working with. Definitely not. So I don't allow women to treat it like that. So if this is an equal exchange here, then that means you delivering your poontang to me is of no significant value. You have to utilize something else to make me happy. How about let me be an a-hole and do something effed up and you sympathize it without going in on me, even though you have the right to go in on me this time? How about overlooking that as a show of how heavy you rock with me, right? How about stop leaving these relationships when a man messes around and cheats or whatever? You guys don't think that you have to show your love. You don't think you have to do that, which is why you're getting the bad dating results that you're getting from men. You haven't made men feel special. Therefore, the energy that they're pushing your way is subpar of what you would like it to be. Let me get in some of these comments. Listen, Miss Tifa Amber, she said, we're taught how to manipulate men starting at a young age. It started at puppy dog eyes. Turbulence, people. I give that to Miss Tifa. See, these are the women we rock with. We could sit here, we don't even have to agree in totality. But do you know how valuable it is to be able to just have a cool conversation with, and when that person said, that's one thing that I don't agree with, brother. That's cool. But just to be able to, the delusion that you ladies are under, it renders us being able to communicate with you ineffective. And therefore, when we find out that you ladies are capable of taking yourself to a place of delusional la-la land, it prevents us from desiring. We may want to tell you about one of our favorite football players today, but in our back of our head, we don't even attempt it because we know she's not going to be receptive to what I'm, You make it difficult for us to conversate with you. You make it difficult for us to communicate with you. Listen, you need to learn how to start kissing men's ass a little bit more. Again, those of you who are familiar with the show, when I say kissing a man's ass, get more comfortable doing the things for a man that will cause your girls to say, girl, you be kissing his ass. The truth of the matter is, What most women call kissing a man's ass, women of other cultures simply call being a good woman to my man. You're lost. You've been indoctrinated with these American ideologies that have us at over a half of divorce rate. So it doesn't work. These concepts that you're taking on to, they don't work. Men like to be complimented the same way you do. Men like gifts the same way you do. Men like for you to pop up out of nowhere ass naked in your favorite robe. That's why this show is so important. That's why a lot of people find value in this show. You guys haven't had even the thought of what we're talking about tonight. You guys haven't had a conversation with like this with your other girlfriends probably ever, to be honest. The reason we know is because if you did, we would like to hope you would have started doing better. The things that we do for you that you like, how about you learn how to mimic those? Listen, buy us something sometimes. I'm not even talking about anything special, anything expensive. How about you show up at our job with a meal that you cooked that you know I'm crazy about? I think the more screwed up aspect of this is that we have to have this conversation. Because really it's humanity 101. The Bible says, do unto others as you have them do unto you. I be having to keep my brother ZF on a short lease, or he'll set it off. Those degrees in communication and social work are effing useless. Can't replace a man. Can't replace femininity. Can't replace a woman who makes sure that her shape is still appealing to a man. Can't replace a woman who knows how to be reasonable and cooperative with a man, right? You guys are putting money, resources, and effort into all of the wrong things that men aren't even on our top of our pinnacles. Those are not the things that we're the most attracted to and the most interested in. We care zero. Where we value your education, you being educated, it's probably in the -10 somewhere. We simply don't care about it. It doesn't do anything for us. If anything, it makes you a more unreasonable person. It makes you a know-it-all. To those of you who don't know how to balance you being educated, I come before your education as your man. You should cater to my needs before this ego of your education, because I don't care about your education. None. I just don't. PF chain. That's what it was. That's what it was. K Cash up in this situation with that information, right? Wife school up in this joint. K Cash said I'm a habitual line stepper. You hear what ZF said? Do not power struggle with a woman. Just ghost her. See, man, we are caught upon to turn ourselves into something of so much significance value that removing our presence from a woman, a woman's access to us, should be the biggest punishment, right? We are called upon to be the caliber of man who can occasionally, whenever she gets in the gym with her car payments, go over there and take some of that weight up off of her shoulder. We are called upon to be such an impact to a woman's life that the mere threat of us removing her access to us makes her almost want to vomit, makes her say things like, oh, shit, I can't lose, because when these certain things happen, he makes my life easier. Expected to be a plumber, electrician, mechanic, and be a juggler while maintaining 666 standards. My brother said, bro, if a woman just came and dumped all of my clothes in the washer, would blow me away. She don't even have to separate the whites. So they performing that low, my brother. Miss Tifa up in this situation. She said the kitty cat is not a prize because women so easily give it away. These are facts. These are facts. Miss Tifa, have you subscribed to the show yet? If not, lock in with us. Listen, my brother ZF said going to college to make $35,000, $40,000 is wild. It is. Listen, their student loans are like $100,000. Listen, they go into $100,000, $150,000 debt to make $35,000, $40,000. But if you had a man in your life, he would have broke that down to you before you signed your name on the dotted line. Hey, Miss Tifa come in here snapping. She said if women care about their education so much, they should educate themselves on how to keep a man, not just how to get one in bed. Hey, people, listen. I'm over here about to pass out. Listen, I rock heavy with you again. I apologize to my YouTube family with a slight distraction today. You know I rock heavy with you guys. And you know we're going to lock in tomorrow and set it all the way off, right? On that note, people, we're out of here. We're out of here. And sometimes y'all don't know, after the show, right? We're out of here, people.